I turn it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure the standings. This is after round 5.
Yeah.
And not round
Because
7
Pavel had
actually.
5 out of 5.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue pour le round de 7 qui va démarrer dans quelques minutes. Voilà, pensez à mettre vos téléphones dans les boîtes, montres, tout appareil électronique. Et ces téléphones doivent être totalement éteints. Hello everyone, welcome to round 7. I remind you that you have to put your electronic devices in the boxes at the entrance and that mobile phones must be switched off. Voilà, merci de vous installer. Je vous rappelle également que les nuls par accord mutuel sont interdites avant le 30e coup. Voilà, please move on to your seats. I remind you that draws by mutual agreement are forbidden before move 30. aussi d'enlever vos casquettes, couvre-chef, de porter vos bracelets lorsque vous sortez ou vous rentrez dans la salle. Il est 14h30 à ma montre, bonne partie à toutes et à tous, vous pouvez démarrer. Please start the clocks.
And welcome everybody to round number 4 of Trophy Dole. My name is Laura Unuk and I'm joined by Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Sergei, we left yesterday a bit too early it seems, because there was unexpected result.
Exactly. We are well as late as around 7. I think that is at 4 because it would be nice to see number 4, 5, and 6 again. But we are number no problem.
I did
yeah,
really?
I think
okay. Yeah. At this point, you know, I'm mixing up everything.
It's indeed round 7. It feels like round 4 maybe, but the numbers say 7. So in any case, before we get to today's round, which would definitely be one of the very interesting ones because actually there are only a few rounds left to go. We remind our viewers that we have 9 rounds Swiss event, so actually 3 more rounds to do whatever you want to do with your tournament to try to get to win it, to get the GM norm, to just play 1 good game or 3 good games better. But before we get to that, we left yesterday in the end game, which looked pretty longish at least. We didn't know if white player will be able to convert his advantage of 4 against 3 on the king side. But look what happened if we check yesterday's game after.
Also I think we left it around move 63, where we really thought it's going to be going for 50 moves, and then white will push a pawn. So we really just decided to let the players finish the game. But
exactly. We will remind you that it was a game between Chinese player Liu Yan and Dimitar Mardov with Brit. And look what happened. Finally some transition of material exchanges. rook h8, and now it seems that white is on top, finally getting to a rook's endgame, which looked preferable. Rook takes h6, king e7, and now something completely shocking and unexpected happened. Imagine white decided to move his pawns, but completely forgot about rook h6 check, and suddenly his rook was gone. Can't even imagine such a, what did the white player feel here. That's of course a heartbreaking thing to blunder such a saying, and you end up in losing position instead of being close to win. They moved did a couple of more moves, but of course black is completely winning. And Dimitar Mardov, I can say, somewhat lucky yesterday because he would have to get a draw in this end game, but the whole point, maybe not so often.
Oh no, it's really a gift when your opponent blunders, and I'm always, when I see this kind of blunders, I always ask myself, why do my opponents never blunder like this? Yeah, it's always me.
Well, they may occasionally blunder, I would, I
But
believe.
heartbreaking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely very, very difficult for white to adjust to such a situation. On the other hand, Dimitar Mardov got a great reward for winning this game, and it showed him actually to board 2 of today. So that's so we can slowly get to our today's round, and we have Pavel Eljanov still leading by half of a point, who's facing Brandon Jacobson of USA with black faces. Brandon won his game yesterday, so made his way to board 1. Dimitar Mardov, as him, he is playing Jorden Van Foreest, and we have on board 3 we have Marco Materia with black pieces against Bryce Tiglon. Jakob Simon won his game against Maxime Lagarde yesterday, so he's playing Chinese player Tong Xiao, and Aydin Suleiman Lee is playing Ortik Nigmatov, who impressively won his yesterday's game as well. Nils Grandelius against Jan Malek, Sava Vetochin against Anut Shrivantri. Krzysztof Racek, one of the Polish players we mentioned at one of our earlier streams, managed to get to the stage and plays Surya Ganguly. Inian against Aniverdi, board 9, and Nitish Belur, who recovered actually after his painful loss in earlier round. He is facing Ritvik Raja of India. We are up to a very interesting round again, and definitely board 1 will be a key point, of course, because Pavel Eljanov is, despite missing out on winning position yesterday, and then even being in danger at some point of losing the game, he's leading the tournament by half of a point, but of course still the situation is wide open there. It's much more exciting and interesting than Tour de France or here, guys, which of course not only chess players not only follow chess, and especially when they are from Slovenia.
Yeah, we are in France, and in French spirit we can follow Tour de France, of course, besides chess. Yeah, maybe it goes hand in hand, you never know, but the spirit is definitely there. But maybe this tournament, like you said yourself, more exciting to follow at this point. I mean, you can see Eljanov running away slowly. He could be running away with 6 out of 6 actually, but yeah, kind of maybe some luck turned around, I don't know, from previous games or previous tournament. It can happen, but yeah, definitely he's going to be playing against Jacobson Brandon. We can see the standings from 2 to number 9 actually, so 8 players on 5 points trying to catch Eljanov, and definitely going to be a very exciting fight.
And the first one to get a shot on stopping Eljanov's run is Brandon Jacobson, and we shall go there and see how the opening started, or what opening did they play. It seems that Brandon was a bit late to his game. It looked so that the game started later than the others, and Pavel decided to stick to his successful weapon, which he used against Bahadur Jobava, and it's Queen's Gambit,
Okay.
a classical way to play, of course. And White decided. Jobava went for bishop g5 immediately. White, in this case, decided to take on d5 and go bishop g5, and then c6, e3 followed. So one of the typical ways how to play with White. It may suggest that White will be keeping his knight f3 option open, maybe then considering bringing his knight to e2.
And we've seen this, I don't think by Jacobson himself, but we've definitely seen already here in this tournament, queen c2, bishop d3, knight e2, and then also possibility of castle f3, bishop h4, bishop f2. Of course, long term, but again, Pavel Eljanov being an expert in this type of structures as well. Okay, it's an equal opening, and I don't think that Pavel will have any issues with equalizing, but we'll see if he's gonna try to go for more, yeah?
Well, in any case, in such situation, of course, it's logical to use something very solid. I'm trying to remember if it wasn't Brandon's game after all, where he got an advantage quite quickly when he managed to push f4, f5 quickly, and Black was forced to take back on f5.
I will try to find the game.
Guys, we have lots of games going on.
It was his game.
It was his game against
Sadalio Saidakbar.
Yeah, so he managed to get an advantage straight from the opening. So most likely something like this is gonna happen again, or he will try to do this. But of course, Pavel is a professional, and he did prepare well for this game, and he did see, I'm sure, his Brandon's games from this tournament. So it will not be a surprise to him if Brandon decides to repeat the line.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if it worked once, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So definitely Jacobson feels good here. Why not? And that's why Paul was actually thinking right now. He could have went for bishop e7 and castle. We're going for the same line, but bishop f5 on the board.
Yes, and it's allowing White to go for an endgame. And that's an endgame
with queen f3, right?
Yes,
if I remember.
F3. Yes, queen f3 is a possibility here. Dragging Black to an endgame, which is very very complicated. Despite it looks like it should be good for White, but it's not such an easy endgame as it would look like, because Black has also a pair of bishops and some actually motives to bring even f5 at times. Even it looks very bad for white squared bishop, but that's one of the ways how to treat this position. Very complex endgame. It depends on the situation in the tournament if you are willing to go for such an endgame, and now it's a kind of a psychological invitation to see if white player is ready for this turn of events, because all other things are not that principled from white side, because otherwise Black would have solved his problems with developing the bishop from c8, and
that's what I wanted to point out. Otherwise White would have went either queen c2 or bishop d3 the next move, and then Black bishop from c8 would have some issues developing either on e6 or staying there for some time. And actually that's a very good way of playing if you know how to play this endgame. I don't know it, so I wouldn't go for it, but maybe I will learn something from Pavel today.
This is one of the reasons why we recommend to watch these games closely, because of course we can learn a lot from such experienced and strong players, and it does apply definitely not only to this game but other ones. And Brandon will here have to make a choice if he goes for the queen s3 endgame, which Pavel did show that he's ready for that. So now the question is if white can have some other sideline options. So, but I would bet that he's gonna go for queen f3.
Like you said, I don't think anything else but queen f3 is causing any issues for Black. And Brandon trying to recall maybe how to play this endgame as well. I will expect queen f3 really. Everything else like queen b3. Oh,
the surprise. Knight
well,
g2.
well.
Knight g2. Okay, so he's not ready for the invitation, so he plays something else. I frankly have to say that I believe that Knight g2 is not well, one of the sidelines
surprised.
definitely. It's not this is not a bad move, but it's not the most principled, and yeah, well, maybe White indeed was not ready to, or maybe he didn't expect bishop f5 and decided to go for knight g2.
Very, very interesting response. And okay, but Black can now go h6, keeping then the bishop safe on h7 when knight g3 happens, if it does, of course, or f3.
Or knight bd7 maybe even.
You want to start with knight bd7?
Yeah.
You could start with knight bd7 probably also. Yeah, I'm trying to find some games in this position. Actually, it was played between Caruana and Dominguez, and I think Dominguez played this with Black h6, and he won this game in 2024. Also, Mamejaro Abdusatoro.
Okay, so we can see that some top guys, of course, tried this knight g2 move as well. Maybe also from some particular reasons didn't want to go for an endgame quite yet.
Yeah.
In any case, we actually can be also quite happy. Well, we wouldn't learn the endgame strategies here, but at least we would. Maybe White wouldn't. Doesn't have to go queen f3, and knight g2 is a good option as well. We never know. So we can probably move to the next boards.
To our lucky winner of yesterday's game, board number 2, Mardo Dimitar, trying to cash in on another game today against Jorden Van Foreest.
We have a calm opening here, transposed from start of Reti and going for symmetrical Greenfield. And Black, well, one of the options here, of course, is also knight c6. There is also a knight e4, but e6 more solid. Black is not worried about his c8 bishop here. Just supports the e6, d5 pawn by this, and well,
interesting.
Next knight c6 is gonna happen. So White. Maybe also he does feel that this is something which White not will be, or why White was not ready for this. It also looks so.
I mean, e6, it's really not a common thing to play here, to keep your bishop on c8 almost forever. It does. It's actually third most played move, but of course knight c6 or knight e4 actually are known theory. But Jorden, I guess, surprising Dimitar today with e6. Okay, I guess I'm gonna learn something new after all.
Yeah, well, it's and especially in the later rounds of open tournaments, players on top boards may come up with some surprising strategies because you want to come to bring something extra in order to surprise your opponent, to disrupt his opening preparation, and maybe to take some little extra risks.
Yep. Okay. I was prepared to talk to you about everything after 94, you know, but I guess no chance for that. Next time.
Well, maybe in a break we can discuss knight e4. But let's move to board number 3, because here the position looks much less symmetrical. Yeah, it does remind me, of course, immediately Taimanov setup for Black. Very popular queen d2. Actually, this is an older theory, or older theory. Of course, it's one of the main moves here. But recently, queen f3 gained big popularity in here. Also, even moves like a3 and the big variety of options. Queen d2 is kind of like an old theory, we can say. White is trying to play in a similar way, like in English attack. Knight f6, f4. Aggressive approach. Yes,
I mean,
it's
White
possible.
could have went long castle first, but f4 immediately. Yeah, definitely an aggressive approach.
There's a lot of theory here, actually. played Taimanov with black for a very long time, and very double-edged, sharp open line, and f4 is one of the forced ways to treat it, and black, it seems by time management that Marco is aware of this line quite well, because he played without hesitation. You don't play such sharp continuations without knowing the theory well. And knight b5 quite temporarily gives up the knight, and but gaining on f6. Yes, and a4 is I remember there is move like this, but I'm not sure that it was the main theory, or at least
b4 I think is the main theory.
b4 is also possible. There are many ways how to play this position. This is one of the interesting lines. And a4, bishop a6 will be one. It seems that black is very ready for this, because he didn't spend any time yet. And bishop e7, all this appeared on the board almost instantly. Rook b3, it took some time from white to consider his options, and but Marco seems to be ready also for this. And after rook b3, this is one of the positions which we cannot really approach with general principles, understandings, because look at this. Half of the pawns gone, e4 pawn gone, like white is not going to castle long for sure. Black also of course went for some risks here, but this is not a situation where it seems that both sides decided to go for
well prepared in this situation. Actually, I think rook b3 also being the best engine move in this situation, and you kind of threaten probably to move a knight. Knight a7 apparently is also an idea here from white. But engine again would just ignore it and go rook g8 in this situation.
So saying that it's not much of a threat, because after the exchanges, black eventually gets back the material. But it seems that rook b3 stopped black for a second, and he now is trying to remember if he knows this move and to come up with some.
It's very surprising to me that after a4, which you said it's not the main move, probably also very sideline in his preparation, but he really blitzed out everything. So maybe now it's time for him to double check what he wants from the position. But this is definitely looks like a fighting game ahead.
Generally nowadays youngsters or a lot of players prepare a little bit differently. We when I was in Marco's age approximately, so we did prepare by games of strong players. Didn't have computers back then, so was a database of the game was not available, and it was you would find some good game of strong player at back then Chess Informants, which was a book which actually was back then like a Bible for lots of players, because you would gain information from there. But of course, with technology coming very quickly, lots of things changed here. So I would expect both players in such a position to be heavily influenced by engine preparation. I don't know if there are many games in this position, particularly after rook b3. It may well be that
might be a novelty, actually, to be honest. But definitely in my database don't see the games yet, but I will check later when maybe I will be in a different database as well.
All right, so very interesting and tense position here, very sharp, and we can expect maybe some wild developments this board. Let's move slowly to board number 4, and it's Jakub Simon with white, who did win a tough game yesterday, and today he in order to boost his GM norm chances, I guess that he will try to push a little further. He's playing Tong Xiao, who yesterday quite impressively and seemingly easily managed to overpower Badur Jobaba.
Yep.
And so let's see if he will be up to challenge today. I guess, well, I'm not... I'm sorry, of course, I don't know very well the new generation of Chinese players. Is Xiao a Grandmaster or not?
Yeah, let me, of course, double check that. Easily to go his FIDE profile. And okay, he's born in 2008. Yes, so like you said, a very young player, and he is a Grandmaster since 2024. So basically recently.
So freshly, yeah. So I apologize again for not being completely sure with several names. Jakob Seeman, I know him a little bit, and just that I played him recently, so I know that he is yet to become a GM, which I feel that in his case also is a matter of time. Let's see what happened here. Bogo Indian, actually an opening which we maybe didn't have.
No, not yet.
Not yet, because yes. People keep going for this Catalan.
Yeah.
Maybe because of you, but Bogo was not there. Bogo is actually a way to treat Catalan.
Yep.
So if you want to avoid it, you can go bishop b4 check. So knight bd2, one of the two main moves. Of course, you can also go knight c3 even and transpose to Nimzo, but with knight f3, not everybody likes to do this.
Yeah.
And bishop b7 immediately. Frankly, I'm not completely sure. I know that this move exists, but I didn't.
But that's all. Yeah, it seems like okay. I feel like in these modern days. Okay, I think it transposes to something either way, yeah, because black with a castle, play b6.
So there is a line with castle a3, bishop e7. This one I know, and then
e4,
e4 d6. Yes, this is one of the ways how to play, and then black goes for e5, for example. I even tried this once with black, not with a big success, but I know that sometimes people do go for this.
Yeah, in this scenario, if you go bishop e7 and e4, there's no castle, so black could probably play d5. I'm looking at some games, followed by knight d7 and c5, and there's no castle yet, and maybe less danger for black to be mated somewhere on h7. That's my guess.
Yeah, the only thing which I would be maybe a little bit concerned here is, you know what? That how does this work with Catalan? If white can go for g3, yes.
Well, okay, when you have a knight on d2 and bishop on c1, I guess it's not that comfortable anyway. I wonder if so c5
bishop b4,
maybe, right?
But you went bishop c4, bishop b4, bishop b7 also, yeah. So I mean, it's not. Of course, there is a line very similar where after bishop b4, bishop d2, you go bishop b7.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about this.
c5 if I want to, but
maybe
or c5, no?
Could be, yes. I mean, just asking.
Yeah, it's just a good question. Yeah.
But maybe also black was aware that Jakob is not so eager to go for Catalan, so he decided to go to risk this a bit. E3, d5, b3, and we're gonna transpose to something which looks like Queen's Indian.
Yeah, it kind of almost looks like some kind of slaw, but there's no pawn on c6, which is slightly better for black, in my opinion. Yeah, going for a5. It is a Queen's Indian with both bishops on b2 and b7, and now white would want to play for e4, of course, somehow. Slowly but surely.
e2 or rook e1, even e2.
Yeah,
many options. So we're just getting started here. White will make up his mind and will decide which way of pushing e4 he feels is the best one at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's check on Aydin Suleymanli against Ortik Nigmatov. And this is another opening line which we, I believe, didn't have yet. It's bishop b5. Well, bishop b5 check we had a couple of times.
Yeah.
But bishop d7 and this old classic with bishop e3, knight f6, and f3, just a very classical way of treating this line there is also lines with where white tried to go for h3, but f3 is just an old way in I can say to treat this position.
Yeah.
So this is of course a very common stuff. Now black's ideas here are to try. Well, white would like to consolidate, so he's playing something like queen d2, then b3, maybe a4 eventually if black goes with a6, b5, bringing the rooks to d1 and c1, and then try to capitalize on the d5 square, which is fully controlled by white at the moment. On the other hand, black, of course, is not necessarily happy with this, so he may his ideas are usually to push a6 and b5, even sometimes sacrificing this pawn. Or there is a plan with e6, d5 at some point. Of course, I need to
eventually, if it's possible. Otherwise, d6 could be too big of a weakness.
Interesting. I'm trying to remember. There was a fourth line.
With
there, but maybe the move order which black chose
didn't allow it.
Didn't. Yeah, he went knight c6 rather quickly. I believe that there is also g6 here, or knight f6, knight c3, g6. Because there is a fourth line.
After d4,
I remember exactly.
Bishop g7, f3 in this case,
I think that's this.
Yes.
And knight takes d4, bishop g7, because it's important to keep your knight on b8. And there is, how does it go? Bishop e3. No, bishop, not bishop e3. F3, rook c8, b3, d5. Is that the line?
Yeah, that's the line.
That's what I have seen a couple of times. I even had this at the board a couple of times with white. Well, I don't know what did white plan against this, because it's kind of a famous continuation, which, well, is considered to be equalizing for black, so white of course has to do something else. Maybe he had something in mind. In any case, Nigmatov, by playing knight c6, allowed this less problematic, let's say, for white approach. But now it seems that he's trying to remember how exactly to play this position, while white does know for sure what he wants to do. And
also time-wise.
Can end up in slightly unpleasant position under pressure.
Well, black can, like you said, decide between a6, either rook c8 first. Even e6 was actually played immediately. No, but okay.
But when you put your rook to c8, then actually it will be a little time wasting to go back to d8. So
actually that was I guess some issues with the database. That was actually before rook c8, but after knight e2, actually queen d8 was the most played move.
Queen d8 is possible, but then I think that white, in principle, white would be quite happy with this, because it's not always that he's able to get this position early. I'm actually trying to remember if I didn't play. I had a game for sure against Radek Wojtaszek in Czech League a couple of years ago, and maybe it was I remember I tried to play the setup with white, and maybe had a tiny edge also, but
against Grishuk you also played this in 2010.
But this was the Blitz game, I think.
Oh, okay. But I found it.
Is it in the Blitz?
I have no idea actually. Just
looks like Blitz to me.
Doesn't have any
I don't remember playing. I don't remember playing Grishuk. I mean, played many classical games against him, but not this.
Not this one.
This looks like a Blitz from over the board Blitz. What was the year? You remember?
2010.
Yeah,
we played this also against Gelfand.
Also, it may be the same tournament, actually, I guess. Yeah.
So no information.
I think that both games were played in this world. Whether was it World Championships or the Blitz Moscow tournament? So I'm fairly sure that it was there. So in any case, of course,
An expert here.
this is no, I'm such an expert that I don't even remember my own game. So no, that was I know that this is actually quite nice for white to play in blitz because well, black of course has to be accurate to not to end up under pressure. So I remember that I consider this a good idea to use in blitz occasionally. So let's leave Ortignikmatov here because he's gonna try to remember how to set up his pieces. And Nils Grandelius with white against Jan Malek just lost the tempo, but of course we are saying this half jokingly because the classical Queen's Gambit very similar to Eljanov's game, but black didn't go for the endgame or decided to go for bishop d6 and knight g2, the plan which we spoke about at the beginning. Rook e8, queen c2, h6, and bishop f4. White doesn't mind to go back with the bishop because his knight on e2 supporting it. In case of exchanges, knight comes to f4, and a young Polish player now he will have to remember how to play this because actually if you don't exchange as bishops, it's hard to develop your pieces. Well, for instance, knight b7 is not so good anymore here.
And also queen c7 to be followed. The knight d7 doesn't work because of knight b5, very likely.
Well, not before castle so much, but
oh, sorry, I thought already. We can castle first.
But later, So, I mean, queen c7 is not creating much of a threat, so it seems that black would be forced sooner or later to decide about his bishop's fate. I mean, going to f8 doesn't strike me as a very tempting option. So bishop takes f4, I guess, is gonna happen. Or bishop e6 you can go, of course, but also I'm not sure you want to put your bishop to e6 so quickly.
Yeah, I don't think so, but okay, we'll leave it up to Malek to decide on this one.
What do we have here? So we're talking against Anuj Trivanti. What do you think about this?
Catalan, yes. I've seen this
Catalan.
division and I was like, oh, we have some drama in the opening. This is the sacrifice.
Yet I think that we are like 10 moves before the end of Moses' line.
For a draw,
it's not, but it's a longish line. Of course, very popular nowadays.
Let's see, a b5.
Classical Catalan, DC, Queen C2, B5. Very straightforward approach by black. Nowadays, popularized also by several course authors. I think that you can actually find this line in any course on Catalan.
Yeah, nowadays. But before the World Championship match between Dinglerin and Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think nobody almost played b5. Yep. b6 I remember I faced in already 2000, I don't know, 15, 14. But b5 just being, Yeah,
b5 is an extremely interesting idea, of course, and here knight d5.
Knight d5 though, this is not the main line. You usually play knight f d2.
Oh, the knight d5 is also quite popular. Knight fd2 is surely this is how does this go? Knight d5, knight c4, c5, right? d c5, knight.
I'm also gonna double check.
Always forget this.
There's bishop h6 here immediately.
And knight d3. This is the one. Knight d7.
That's the
knight d7, knight d5, e d5, c6, rook c8.
Yep.
There should be a rook on d1 somehow.
Yeah, somehow. Maybe instead of knight e3, there's a possibility of
maybe
rook d1,
knight
d7. That's another possible line, of course.
This is another big line where
too much theory.
Lots of theory. Queen d4, bishop. This is just the start of the line. Bishop f4, queen h5, and then there is some queen. This knight g4. I think knight g4.
Yep, knight g4 and take. You want to play h4?
Take take on g4. Well, there is some extremely long line. I remember. I think it's this. Take queen c4, e5, queen c7. He takes f4, something like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to follow you because you are much faster than me. E5, exactly queen c7, taking on f4, queen e7, f takes g3, knight d2.
Knight d2, and here actually, if I remember correctly, black's both options are quite interesting. Gf2, king f2 looks more natural.
Yeah.
Well, in this position already featured in several games.
Yep.
And g takes h2 is, however, not so common, but also recommended somewhere. Frankly, this is the thing with modern theory. I may know the line. It doesn't mean that I'm willing to go for it by any of sides. But a Catalan player, especially with white, he has to know all this and be sure which direction he wants to go. So one is, as we mentioned, knight fd2, which is maybe more common, and this is sharper option, and maybe more suitable for 7th round of the Open.
Maybe it is, but I'm a bit worried because Sava has been spending some time, already 22 minutes since the game has started, which is not a good sign. Maybe he was surprised by b5 line at first, actually.
Oh, I generally tend to overestimate the theoretical preparation of players nowadays.
Okay.
Because on the other hand, we can, Sava is already... he's very young, but he's already kind of an established player with a relatively high rating. So, but look at his opponent. We don't know him that well yet. I think he did feature in one of our previous streams. I think he is a guy who drew Max Farmerdam. We remember this end game where Max was pushing. And, I think it was him, at least visually.
First round?
Early rounds, maybe early rounds, yes. And he did play very well. Here we can see that till now he didn't really spend much of his time. So and also you cannot really go for this line by an accident. So I have to agree that it's a bit strange that Sava does.
Oh. Yeah, no, he definitely knows his theory. Maybe just really triple checking just in case he doesn't make a mistake in the opening and loses on the spot, which would not be pleasant.
Also, there is one more thing which people sometimes tend to do, is that they are luring his opponent a little bit by trying to put a little act. I don't know if this is the case. It may not be this case, but sometimes you pretend you are not completely sure, and also there are two approaches, by the way. If you can of course blitz out all your moves if you remember the theory correctly, but I always recommend to slow down a bit, because you need to get into the game a little bit. So you better double check, and you can see that that bishop f3, knight g4, bishop takes g4 is instantly on the board. The only question is, frankly, I think, that is he going to take on h2 or f2? Later on. So here we can leave the guys for sure. We know what most likely is going to happen in near future.
Yep.
So we cannot read minds, but we can predict the future a little bit with a little knowledge of theory. And we see Krzysztof Raczek, one of the Polish youngsters. Wow, this big wave of Polish young guys around 24, 50. And
destroying everybody.
Yeah, playing against Surya Ganguly. Just against experience. I hope Surya will not be mad at me on this. He knows that I will that I have this as a compliment rather than missing any age shaming. So we have a very classical way. Actually, Queen's Gambit accepted. Maybe a new one.
Haven't seen this either yet in this tournament.
Maybe it's because white not often blunders opponent move to here.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course,
we've
it's
seen
not
the London.
London, Catalan, knight f3, g3. A little more careful, with the pawns. But of course, this is just a joke, and this is
all solid
classical classical opening, which White successfully managed to restore the material balance. And now we are entering a territory which is always, to me, it seems to me that these positions are quite dry and boring. But there's lots of venom in this setups, which Black has to. Usually, Black playing Queen's Gambit accepted is aiming for equalization of the position in principle. So, but like a very dry one.
Yeah.
Yeah, not not exactly going for a sharp game, but maybe White gets involved in some.
D5 is an option. Going for e4 always needs to be tested. Definitely there is a play here, but Ganguly definitely wanted to achieve something with this opening, and it was probably to slow down his opponent. I don't know him very well, Krzysztof, but I do assume that these youngsters are always kind of dynamic in the opening style as well.
Yeah, well, it became very difficult to understand your opponent's style, because they have so many games, not only over the board, but also playing usually a lot of online games.
Exactly.
So, hard to say. Well, Krzysztof is a relatively new name. I would say that he. I mentioned him that a couple of years ago. I did see him in Pardubice in Czech Republic playing an open tournament, but he was quite low rated back then. And nowadays we can see that his rating, and I would assume that also his playing strengths did grow. And Syria is taking his time here, and he needs to wait the options if he wants to go for Bishop E7 here, which seems to be a logical way to continue. Meanwhile, I would mention one small thing which I just saw. Interestingly, Sava Vetokin didn't go for Queen takes C4, but played a move which I don't know.
Wow.
Knight D2.
I don't know it either, but
is it good?
It makes sense because after E5 now we just take the pawn for free, but. That's all that I can tell you about it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna check.
If it would be so simple, I mean, people would go Knight D2 all the time.
Oh wait, E5 is actually still possible, and after Bishop takes E5, we would either go Bishop A6 or Knight C6 with Black. Again,
I don't like Knight D2. I have to say.
Yeah, but Knight D2. Okay, so Sava was maybe wrong. Doesn't know his theory perfectly. I don't have a great engine here, but Knight D2 after E5 looks a bit scary, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely taking some risks. On the other hand, not following the theoretical path may have some advantages.
Yep.
So either it was maybe still it was a bit of an act from White, because he maybe wanted to go for this Knight D2 from the very beginning, but kind of acted that he doesn't, that it's because he doesn't know the line, or he doesn't know the line. So we will see how this will end up. Either he will be playing quickly after this.
Definitely, but it is now a test for his opponent, Anoi, because in the other line, E5 is a clear move. Absolutely known move. But here, this is testing some waters. He could start with Knight C6, Knight D7, but that's not as good as E5 immediately. So definitely a game to follow.
Yes, and the game has started. Now
we
can officially proclaim this one to be started after Knight D2.
Yep.
All right, just a small stop before that.
Yeah, perfect.
I want to see, of course, what is happening. Etienne is playing Tanriverdi. I think NS Tanriverdi did feature also at least once on our online boards. I believe it was an early round. Maybe it was a draw against Suleiman Lee.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, wow. Yes, round number 2, and it was board number 8. Yeah, wow.
French.
You remembered everything perfectly.
So, well, at least here we can see a different approach again on Queen's Gambit. We have a Queen's Gambit day today, it seems.
Yay!
But all different kinds, actually,
Yes.
which is very nice.
This is amazing.
Yes, and we had something, some similar way of treating Queen's Gambit like Badur Jobava did against Pavel Eljanov. And yeah, but you know, the pawn there, white pawn did make it to c6 in that game of Bahadur's. Not quite here.
Yeah.
Rook d1, queen a5, knight d2. One of those interesting branches of Queen's Gambit, which I was never willing to study. So I actually never played it seriously with well, neither white nor black, and somehow this should also, this looks like a theory still, but these positions, they do look so similar that sometimes I mix up, especially by when you don't play them very often or at all. So sometimes it's more difficult to remember which move order is correct here, because white seemingly did do everything logically. Wants probably to go a3 and kicks these pieces back.
Yeah, that's why black has played in this position either rook d8 or bishop d7. I'm trying to find, Matthias Blubaum did play this in European Chess Championship 2024, and against Dudin Galep with black pieces. So Dudin played rook d8 here, and the game was like a3, g5, bishop g3, knight d4. Yeah, you can show it to the viewers. A3 and g5.
But it requires some knight ce4.
Knight c4 and knight b3 here was played by Blubaum. Queen b6, and then we take on e4, knight e4, take on d5. Definitely interesting. It did end in a draw in the end.
Yes, but black needs to know this, and also to go for this g5 stuff, which is not always simple. Yes, I mean people who play Ragozin, they do go g5 occasionally, but not everyone who plays Queen's Gambit classical. So let's see if black, also it may not necessarily be the only way how black should treat this position, but in any case it seems that black has to face some problems at the moment, and he will have to come up with precise moves to keep the balance. Next position. Whoa! What is this? Well, I know it's Sicilian. That's all I would be willing to risk to predict here. And we have neither with bishop e3, e5, knight b3. And the setup with h3, where white usually goes for f3, queen d2, but here h3 and f4. This is one of the ways to play. c6, f5, and bishop b3, and quickly d5. Just a very concrete play by black, sacrificing the pawn on d5 temporarily, but getting it back quite quickly. And bishop b4 check. Now claiming that c3 would not be
a good move.
Good.
That's interesting.
Trying to find out why.
Knight c3.
Yes, bishop
c3 and bishop a1.
Well, bishop a1 simply.
And queen d5 apparently.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying because also b3 and h1 are under attack.
And also rook d8 is maybe coming to play eventually.
That seems like an unpleasant development. So white is forced to go king e2, which maybe is not something he wanted, but bishop g2 bishop g2 e4. Very interesting position indeed. Black has managed to develop his pieces very quickly. On the other hand, if white manages to consolidate somehow, then the two bishops will become extremely dangerous. But first thing first,
But let me first take care of the king. Definitely, I am extremely confused about this position.
Can I take on e4?
Yeah, of course you would like to take on e4. Yeah,
Rook e4, king e4.
Yes, of course.
Oh. Let's go and try to get to the end game because then the king would be very good on e4. But
Yeah,
yeah, rook e4. Well, this is not forced, of course, but
Yeah,
Can
the
I
problem
do
about
this?
the rookie bishop e4, yeah, is definitely this. So
Rook
let's
e8.
not do this. Yeah, exactly. King f3, rook e4, and king e4, and queen e8 actually.
and queen c6. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a bit annoying. I have to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant,
Very
for white.
So yeah, taking this pawn on e4 is a suicidal move.
It was fun, guys. It was fun.
That was all for today.
Wouldn't recommend this, of course, but only after a very careful calculation. Probably white has to settle for something more calm, like maybe c4 is gonna happen. c4 and exchanging the queens. Can black avoid exchanging the queens? No.
Yeah, c4 is very direct approach now.
And also I can see that he is aiming for it.
Ah,
I kind of see his hand going towards c. And c4
yeah,
is there.
c4, yeah.
And yeah, this seems little more solid than bishop takes e4 and losing by force. How I managed to demonstrate quite convincingly, just
Yeah,
getting a
that
lost
was very nice,
position
thank you.
in just a couple of moves. And c4.
Yeah, definitely trying to see if e3 works here. It's my first response.
Well, in the worst case for white, I can try to exchange the queens and
Going to
yeah,
opposite bishop.
for bishop endgame.
Doesn't do much for me, so yeah, then that means I would have to move the knight.
Then I'm quite happy with
yeah.
this, if to change the queens and then go rook d1.
Yeah, and then g4.
Yeah, this guy may become vulnerable. I would believe that e3 may be a good move actually. I mean, your idea is from point of view of equalizing here
Yeah,
for black,
for
because
black,
I'm a bit
yeah.
worried for black here.
Yeah.
If he has to settle for knight f6, then the endgame is something which I would believe would favor white.
But we still get an endgame, okay, e3, like you said, either queen d5 or maybe bishop e1 also, yeah? And then maybe we also, how it is with b7 pawn is my question.
This is bishop e1 and rook e1 you want to
Rook
take, right?
e1, yeah, knight,
I
I
get
don't
a
know,
good
b4.
square here, because then some eyeing the c2 square
Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. But if I just take bishop b7, if I'm greedy,
immediately, yeah?
yeah. Let's say bishop f3 or something, I don't know.
You want to keep the queen still, yeah?
Oh, well,
You're
just
not
waiting.
afraid,
You
yeah?
do
But
maybe
you have
play,
queen
yeah.
f6.
You might annoy me, yeah.
No,
You
no,
might
queen
annoy
f6,
me.
I'm not, your king is still on e2, you
Yeah.
know, so and it's, I know that from a guy who went to e4 it may sound mean a bit, but yeah,
No, it's true.
learn
yeah.
my lesson.
Let's maybe exchange the queens.
Yeah, just get rid of the queens immediately, and then probably you can consider other
Okay.
developments. So let's check on Patrick Cieslak against Igor Samonenkov. I think Igor is making his first.
Sorry, just
yes?
knight f6 was also played, so we will see this
instantly.
then
So
again.
no e3. So well, then I think that white is quite happy there.
Okay, cool.
So Igor Samonenkov with black pieces against Patrick Cieslak again, two youngsters.
Youngsters, yeah.
Lots of pieces gone, and impressive time management by Samonenkov
Yeah.
because he didn't spend any time yet. Here I think I'm not sure, but I believe that it's his first appearance on online boards. If I'm not mistaken, it's the reason is that he lost in first round. I think that he lost to
Let me check.
a lady player from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Kurmagalieva Lia, yeah.
So it was one of the biggest upsets of the first round.
Yeah.
So that's why it took him some time to get back to leading boards, but he is here.
Mm-hmm.
Pepe is one of also very promising young players. He did. I think that he managed to qualify to one of the previous World Cups in a very early age, and we can see him with the black pieces on a camera feed with a Ukrainian flag on his
Blazer,
jacket.
yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So
Just a
jacket, blazer. It looks like he looks very
It's
well
always
dressed.
nice. It's
Yeah.
always nice to see players dressed nicely, because it also is not only respecting tournament, but also yourself and your opponent.
Yes.
When I always am quite happy to see people dressed properly. I understand that it's quite hot outside, but actually. Like when players keep at least the minimum dress code, so trousers and some shirts, very nice to see. Of course, it's not obligatory, but yeah, well, it's
It is
I
always
rather
nice
I
to
rather
see.
rather inclined to this than to different way or different approach. You can also see that some players, of course, they keep the kind of eternal dress code. Can see Pavel Eljanov, for instance, and other experienced players. They try to respect the tournament like this at least.
Right.
So we don't have a dress code, frankly, as it's true.
Yeah.
We don't have a dress code at this tournament. I believe that in such a big open, it's also would be very difficult to
Control everybody, or
but there is no idea of controlling the players, of course. By this, at the official events, we have to face dress code.
yes.
Instance,
And
like
there is also
shirts
control for it, yeah. So, but I feel like everybody's dressed respectfully, even having a nice T-shirt and shorts in this summer weather. It's a very normal, very respectful way. Just as long as you don't come in your swimsuit, yeah.
Yes, I think that it would be not recommended here.
Yeah.
In any case, back to chess position. Actually, it did arise from some dragonish kind of approach from black. Decided to go for this. White opted for Marusi setup, and we see that
Similar setup to the one we've seen
in Suleimanli's game. Yes.
Suleimanli, yeah.
Yes, a little bit different though, because the white squared bishops are on the board, and but black seems to be so well prepared indeed. So all this appeared with huge speed from black side, at least. White has gone under 1 hour already, so it seems that it was a surprise for him. Patrick Cieślak, of course, he's young. He cannot
know everything.
Everything, yeah. Although sometimes it seems like they do, but this is the one which Samonenkov is better prepared. Let's see how this will unfold. Generally, I would believe that this position should be around equal. White has good chances, of course, to push his a pawn, but black also will
the issue
quickly go
is
97,
probably
95.
or here the threat could also be 94 because d2 bishop is hanging.
For sure.
So that's why we have to kind of face this first. Maybe bishop d4.
No, I don't want to go bishop f1 because of knight g4. Also, yes.
Bishop f3 maybe, or e5 even. I've seen by
e5 is. I would expect black to calculate e5 for a while, but on the other hand, when your opponent is blitzing out the moves, somehow your guts tell you to check e5 a little bit more carefully, because it's most likely, you would not expect black to go for this line and miss e5. So most likely black knows how to react to e5. So it's psychological.
And you want to know how to play against e5?
Knight d5.
Yeah.
Yes. This looks like. Logical.
Like a funny way.
Yeah, so it's protecting knight in a tactical way, and so I would believe that this line may continue still.
Absolutely.
For years. So let's check on Lea Garifurna, our first lady on online boards. She's playing Leonardo Costa. She did manage to beat Kacper Piorun yesterday in quite a nice game with black pieces.
Yes.
Kacper was, of course, he was disappointed, but Lea played a solid game, and I think that she won deservingly. Leonardo had an interesting game against Suleimanli. We had this tense end game, which ended up in a draw. And here we have Rui Lopez, one of the
Again,
classical
yeah.
setups here.
H3.
HP Super Mainland H6. We already have seen this in
Yeah.
Pavel Eljanov's game.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
True, this is not coming maybe as a huge surprise because I believe that Pavel is Leonardo's coach.
Oh!
Yeah, so I
Oh.
think that recently said when he managed to score his last GM norms that he was the one officially or on social media congratulating as his student. I do believe that Pavel does live in Germany now, and Leonardo is also so they work. I believe they are
sense.
officially working together. So H6 is not such a big surprise here. We can see a pattern for Pavel's influence there. D4, Rook E8, Knight D2. Pavel was very successful with this line with black, so of course makes some sense to repeat it. Garifulina didn't go. Well, she played a similar way like Satsuko played against Pavel, right? So yes, it was very similar. But she didn't give up the bishop. I think it was something like that.
It was something similar with Knight B8.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Knight B8.
Okay, there've been many games played here also between Peter Swidler and Raunak Sadvani, for example, Atalieva, Balayaeva, and Azerbaijani championships. Yeah, many games actually. So for me to find that one, it would be a bit hard right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess it's not necessary. No, it was in the tournament, so it was in the second round, I think, Pavel's game.
Oh, okay. I thought you were mentioning Suchko,
no.
so I didn't understand.
No, that was yeah. No, I think that it was in round 2, and
against the Gravrimi.
Oh no, sorry. Then it was round 3.
It was round 3. Yeah. Okay.
I apologize.
Against Skitko,
Yes,
that was the one.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was. Definitely, there was A3. I'm not sure if he did go for his bishop to C2 or not.
No, yeah, he first went A3 and then followed by. Okay, actually, we can check. We have the game here. Just let me very quickly open it. Yeah, A3, Knight D2, Bishop F8, Bishop C2 was.
But Pavel did play with Bishop D7 and A5, so this is slightly different.
D7.
So maybe an improvement from black, maybe. Oh, but there was A3 here. So basically, maybe he decided to react differently because Garifulina played Bishop C2, a different setup. So in any case, we did end up in a very typical situation here where white, we can see this kind of a dynamic center of white is trying to keep the center intact by putting all her pawns on this like half diagonal, like b3, c4, d5, and supported also by an e4 pawn, and black is trying to also to attack it by pawns from c6 and b5. So very, very interesting positionally, and I would say that now at the moment, of course, there's some kind of a status quo in the center. Well, both sides, they achieved what they wanted to, and black now improves position of his king side by going g6, not allowing any knight f5 ideas in the future. So white has to be careful, also to watch out for some a4 tricks at some point. So
yeah, I was trying to see, what to do. Maybe bishop d3, rook c2 could be a plan.
Well, exactly. I was going to do
exactly.
at some point. So not sure, of course, how well is this working, but but this seems to be an interesting idea. Also, knight c5.
Knight c5 also, should definitely look out for this one.
A strategically very interesting position. I would believe that black is doing fine here, but of course also should root for white a little bit more, because I had these positions on board with white much more often than the other way around. played e4 for most of my life, and Rui Lopez. So occasionally something like this would also happen in my games.
Yeah.
All right, let's check. Let's move to the next one. And Jaime Santos Latasa finally back to the online boards. I think that after round 2, when he drew his game against Attila Kuru, the Rook's End game, we haven't seen him much.
No.
Something has happened on the way.
Struggling.
Yes, but he is back. He is one of the top seeds in the tournament, 26-23 his rating, and we did expect him around this time at least, top boards. And Ragozin.
Well. G5 line. Okay, was waiting for this one to happen here.
Very modern way to treat this. This is so-called. I know they call this all. I think that this is kind of. If it's an official name or not, but it's Gukesh tension or Gukesh line, or also they call this with the version with knight on d7 is called, I think, Manhattan variation. So in any case, Young. We didn't mention his opponent, Ilan Schneider, from Argentina. Also was once on online board. I think that he drew his game against Sava Betoken in round 2.
2 already.
My bet is it was round 2. I think it was this very interesting Isolani game which ended in some repetition with queen and knights on the board. So something like this. Now he is back on online boards, and let's see how this fourth sequence of moves happened. I believe this all is kind of a theory, and queen b4. I'm not sure I remember queen b4, but I believe this is still an opening theory, and also famous time management suggests so, because he hardly spent any time yet. So of course he is a very good blitz player, playing very quickly. But
True.
I believe that he also is usually very well prepared. So queen b4, queen d5.
On the board. Definitely queen b4 has to be in his preparation somewhere in his files, even though maybe it's a novelty, but it definitely is in his files.
What is going on here after knight c3?
Yeah, knight c3, yeah.
Queen e5?
Yeah.
Queen takes b7?
Yeah.
Castles, queen takes e4?
Yeah.
Is there any compensation for black here?
Well, apparently it is, because after queen b7, okay, you should not castle. Let's say you go rook d8 maybe first.
Rook d8.
And after queen e4, the engine is said after exchanging the queens and going g4, you have a compensation.
Oh, yes, this is quite a typical way to play these positions. Black does bet on an activity, but still is a pawn up. White is pawn up. So knight c3 is on the board. It seems that he's still in his analysis, and I would expect that the line you mentioned is gonna happen soon enough.
But Julian Schneider actually struggling a bit with the time.
Yeah, well, he didn't know queen b4 definitely. Yeah, so he's much slower than his opponent. Of course, he has to find a way to play this. What is going on in Jopava's game?
Oh, that's always a good question.
Something very strangely boring.
Well, there was no Jopava London, but there was this opening, which we actually did mention one of the early rounds, e4, immediately.
Yeah, Slav Gambit, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And yes, queen d4. How did they end up in such a boring stuff after such an interesting start? It should be knight a6.
Well,
shall we? You know who was also one of the specialists? We actually mentioned this guy already once.
Yes.
Your compatriot, one of top Slovenian players.
Really?
Yes, Duško Pavasović was playing this line with black several times. There is you know that there is such a move here.
I know I don't know how to respond to it. I actually tried to play it. 97 or 9. Yeah, something
like this is a line. Yeah, just Or maybe rook g8.
I tried to learn theory for this opening with the help of the engines, of course, because they had some new ideas, but I forgot everything. I really
Yeah, this is
many
truly
lines.
crazy stuff, and of course very irrational. Bishop d6, one of the moves here.
Yeah.
Queen d2, we can see white
Yeah.
is ready to sacrifice a whole rook, but black is not impressed, and he's playing extremely quickly. Also, it seems that they were aiming to this position.
Let me see. Where did Jobava actually start thinking? I'm actually curious myself.
Well, it seems that black did solve all his problems here. It seems like a fairly equal endgame. Jobava is playing a Vietnamese player from Trangia Puts, who we haven't seen yet, I
don't
think.
so,
Yeah, and because he showed an impressive knowledge of theoretical lines, because this is not maybe the most common, but he knew his stuff perfectly.
Yep.
And I would believe that he is already equalized.
Yeah, that he is.
Rook g8,
Rook g8, yeah.
and just knight b4 ideas are coming, so white may most likely go bishop c3, but then black knight may go to c5.
Okay,
This
I
looks
think-
okay for black completely.
No, it is okay. It is completely okay for black. Maybe after knight before I can still long castle though.
Yeah, depends
maybe
where you
something-
go with the bishop.
Yeah, d4 I guess, yeah.
D4.
Attacking a7.
Okay, if I go here and
Yeah.
you castle long,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you sacrifice on 2,
And I
but
get the
you
A7.
get the a7.
I don't know what happens after rook g2 later. Have no clue, but okay, I guess I hold on somehow.
Yeah, maybe the knight on b4 is a bit misplaced here. So white will be trying, of course, to somehow make use of this knight kind of use the fact that knight is misplaced. But yeah,
Definitely.
impressive preparation by black.
Yep, I am
Well done.
impressed actually, because these lines are very hard to remember. There's so many options from white.
Yes, for sure, and it requires some kind of very very good mindset to go for these lines in principle, and against such a strong player, also some brave heart as well, not only knowledge. Well, when the Vietnamese player did show all of this till now, let's see how his endgame technique is going to be.
Yeah.
And we still have 2 more boards to cover, and it's Leon-Luc Mendonça, who had a bumpy ride till now. He did lose to Pavel Eljanov, and then was bit maybe even lucky in the next round with pawn down, managing to make a draw at the end. And yesterday, another draw against Karis Sahib.
Oh yeah.
A very interesting game indeed.
Definitely.
And today he's playing another Indian player, Varshney Aryan, and should be Slav. It looks like Slav.
Yeah, bishop f5 Slav, so
Oh yeah, knight h4 line. Okay.
yeah.
This is one of
Yeah.
also we haven't seen this here.
No, not yet, yeah.
But this is a very modern way of playing.
Bishop d2 and king f2. Well, bishop d2, it's, yeah,
Bishop
kind
d2
of
is
normal.
one of the main
But
lines.
long castle used to be played here, but yeah, king f2 definitely an interesting response.
Also, yeah, I think I have seen Leon playing this line with white a couple of times, and white does launch some kind of well, maybe
Well,
not
space
only
attack.
yeah, maybe it's not just an attack, but they're gaining space.
Yeah.
And black decided when they attack you, you hit in the center. They say so e5 and.
Okay,
Exchanging
c4.
d4.
Okay.
Interesting. At the moment, well, it seems that white's pawn structure looks nice, but bishop on b4 is very annoying and very comfortably placed. So as there is no pawn on a2, so no h3 ideas are possible. Black, of course, has to be careful not to let white somehow get this pair of bishops to open spaces. On the other hand, the position is semi-closed at the moment. And here, when I mentioned that in Rui Lopez, I'm usually on white side. So here it's an opposite
really?
situation. More of a Slav player
Yeah.
with black. So
Okay.
all some similar lines or similar positions did occur in my games as well a couple of times. So not that it would mean that I know how to play them, but at least I have seen this over the board as well. And
Okay.
black has well, white has to be a bit. Well, he doesn't want to exchange bishops, so knight d2 is somehow not the move you would like to make. On the other hand, d4 is already, for example, black already has a threat of ed4, ed4, and knight c5.
Oh, knight c5. Okay, I was trying to see what you're aiming at here. Yeah, that would look like a threat. And that's why I actually myself wanted to look like at g5 and going d5. Of course, that does make some weaknesses. But yeah, even though I play d4, I get these kind of slow positions sometimes, but recently, in the recent games, it's not been a popular opening, so I don't know the modern way, like this king f2 and g4. It's not something I would go for myself.
I think king f2 is not so common, I agree, and the king f2 is something which I haven't seen this also recently. I believe that long castle is more or less a normal way for white to proceed, but it also requires a good knowledge of opening theory, or also maybe Mendonça was just willing to play some more positional game. I didn't want to.
I think that's what he wants. Yeah.
So maybe that was the reason. And board number 16, Ido Gorstein, who lost quite painfully yesterday in the Karakan against Ortik Nigmatov, is playing Steven Rojas Salas, whom we've seen once already on online boards. I believe he is a player who lost his game with white against Maxime Lagarde with a very tense and interesting French defense.
Yeah.
But he seems a bit unhappy now. He's
with black pieces, he seemed happy.
Yeah. He seemed to be shaking his head.
Sorry, I didn't see. Okay.
Just saw this movement. It may not have been connected with the position, so, but white wants to go rook d1 or maybe castling long, even targeting the d6 pawn. And well, black has to quickly come up with something, because otherwise he may end up in a very unpleasant position.
Yeah, I'm trying to see from which opening this came from.
Oh yeah, of course. So we can
easily
easily find out. c4, e5, knight, c3, bishop b4. This line we have seen already once here, or no, not bishop b4. There was knight c6, knight b4 quickly. Yeah, looks a bit similar, but not exactly the same. This is one of the black's ideas.
Yes.
And knight b1. Knight b1. Okay.
Wow.
So very interesting.
A funny way.
Yeah, I mean, you bring your first knight here, exchange it, and then replace it by this. But on the other hand, c3 seems to be like the most comfortable square for tonight.
And we'll
the position is closed. He may afford losing some time in order to.
Yeah, and bishop d6 probably not the most accurate way to play because of d5.
Provoking d5, allowing. Oh, but this looks very good for white.
Exactly. That's why I want to say bishop e6 maybe was the one small mistake in the opening, even though it did provoke d5, or maybe he just missed this as an idea. But now with bishop f4, queen d4, this, like you said yourself, okay, you can go rook d8, but...
No, so e4 is hanging, just by the way.
Yeah, you can take on e4 if you want. Okay, yeah, I think you can take on e4.
We slowly start to understand the reasons why black is unhappy, and he did go for c5, which is another weakening move. Of course, he weakens the d5 square.
This forces queen d5, no? Because otherwise we lose the c4 pawn, I assume.
No, not really.
Really?
I don't think you can take it, actually, c4. Because there are way too many pieces hanging here. You know, and it's very difficult to.
I wanted to go knight b6, but I forgot about my bishop.
Exactly. So there is queen d5 is not forced,
it's not.
And white may pick between queen d2 or maybe even queen d1.
Good.
On the other hand, going c5 just weakens the d5 square indefinitely.
It does, yeah.
So yeah, and he goes queen d5
It goes
immediately.
queen d5, okay.
Okay, so he forced queen d5.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with queen d2, maybe just knight f6.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want
Yeah.
to engage with all this. I just wanted to go e3 afterwards, right?
Just
And
slowly
just,
and
yeah,
surely. And maybe he's gaining some material here after queen d5. Let's say after rook d8, we just take the pawn, right? What we wanted to do before.
Maybe
Or
rook
does
b8.
Rook b8 could be.
Yeah,
an
so
option.
we have to take care of it. Knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5.
Can be unpleasant.
Knight.
Yeah, so maybe rook d8 is indeed the
Oh,
way
wow.
to proceed, but it doesn't look good for black at all.
And white can even long castle later in the game. Very interesting. Even after rook d8, apparently taking on e4, it's not even the best response, but we still go knight b5.
The idea is knight takes d6, I guess, yeah, and e5.
Yeah, knight f6, knight d6, exactly. I would take this one instead of e4 one.
Yeah, surely a very unpleasant situation for Peruvian player, and Ido Gerstein may have good chances to score a win today and to improve his tournament
Yeah.
situation. And by this, we shall quickly check
Yeah,
if there
let's go.
accidentally are no results, and not quite yet, which makes us happy, of course. And I believe that this is a perfect moment to have our first break. What do you think?
To have our cursed coffee, definitely, because when we come back, we will jump to board number 1, because I see long castle by Pavel himself, which does show indication of exciting game ahead. But first, coffee.
First, stay with us, and we'll be back very soon.
See you.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
And hello, welcome back to round number 7. Gonna say it correctly now. We are almost closing on the end of the tournament. Only 9 rounds. However, very exciting round today. We left it for a short coffee break. Sergei, what do we have in store now?
Well, Long Castle by Pavel Eljanov, we already said it before the break, so we should go see there, of course, is a priority, because, of course, board 1 is, at the moment, the leader of the tournament, Pavel Eljanov, and Brendan Jacobson, who we try to catch him up.
Yeah.
So in order to do so, he needs to beat Pavel, which is not an easy task.
No, not at all.
So we did see White,
yeah.
to play knight g2, which is an interesting move, and it seems that both players now started to explore a new territory.
Yeah.
Knight d7, knight g3, bishop e6. A retreat, and White decided to retreat his bishop as well, in order not to allow bishop d6, most likely.
Yeah, that makes sense, because then h6 would be quite a threat, but he still goes for it.
And h4. Also, White was probably worried that his bishop gets kind of trapped after g5. Bishop e5 is possible, but then you have to give this bishop up. And knight b6, bishop d3, bishop d6. Black insists on this idea.
Yeah.
And White
Wow,
go back with the knight.
that's interesting way of playing this. He could have just taken on d6 to put the queen there. Usually if there was a knight there, it would be much better for black, and then maybe make a movement in a way, but okay, he definitely thought about it long enough.
Yeah, and well, knight e2 looks also quite logical, that you want to bring this knight to f4. And White is preparing.
Phew.
Well, not sure if he was ready for a long castle from black side, but he was considering to do it himself. And I would believe long castle is gonna happen from the white side, maybe already at this point of time.
Yeah, that's actually going f3. I don't know. I just want to address that. Well,
it seems that I was wrong.
Oh yeah, he's going to b3.
Instead, he goes b3, which suggests that he's gonna delay a long castle for some time.
Okay, that's a very interesting way of playing. Like usually when black would long castle, I would start my idea with b4. I would just prefer to do that, but he goes for f3, and I also assumed he would long castle after h5. Or a4 was also an idea. Actually.
Yeah, b3, a4 is one of the ideas. Of course, he wants to restrict black knight from b6. On the other hand, black may come up with some c5 ideas, because I'm not sure if he wants to keep his king on e1.
I wanted to ask you, what do we do with our king?
Maybe he wants to hide to f2, but it's not the safest spot. What I wanted to suggest is first to move the king to safety, then have this typical plans with rook c1, or maybe bringing the knight to c1 to b3, aiming for c5. But by his last move, White suggests that he's gonna do something completely different. Or, either I do not understand these positions correctly.
I don't believe that.
Very possible. Very possible. I have to admit that this is one of the areas where I don't feel too comfortable, because actually the positions very rarely occurred in my repertoire. So, I would rather play a Sicilian or something else. But in any case, this is this probably maybe an interesting way, and Pavel, on the other hand, is definitely much more experienced
Yeah.
than me, and I would believe also than Brandon in these positions. Let's see, maybe the fresh approach sometimes is needed in order to gain some advantage here, and b3 is an interesting way of treating this position, definitely.
Definitely, a4 is a plan, I assume, and really just keeping the king on e1. Brandon is saying that's a safe spot for the king, especially because Black did go h5. Usually, if you would want to keep your king in the center, g5 would be a nice option to go for with Black, but now it's
You think
takes some
that
time.
you would consider to castle short with white?
Yeah, at some point, not now.
Okay.
At some point, yeah, definitely at some point. Okay, like you said, king f2 might be a safe spot, but
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I would.
Not
I
yet.
would bet. That Black is considering something like king b8.
yeah.
And after a4, probably just to move the knight and go for c5.
And he goes for king
b8.
b8. Actually, we'll see
So at
on the
least
camera as well.
something I can predict correctly. King b8 looked very natural indeed, and Pavel does go for it.
Okay.
So, all right, so
Okay.
still positional game unfolding. Board 2, however, much less of an action here. Dimitar Mardov maybe you said that he may try to cash in on yesterday's game, but would a draw be also a sort of a good cash in
I
here?
think so. Against Jorden, of course, Dimitar being a youthful player and Jorden being a bit more experienced as 27 rated player, I wouldn't mind that draw myself.
Yeah, the draw is quite a solid result. We do see that
Yeah, let's see what happened
the
after
position didn't really. I mean, e6 didn't change the nature of the position too much.
Okay.
Because we can see that white has decided to go for simplifications, not to complicate matters, just exchanging whatever moves and exchanges. Very solid approach indeed.
Okay.
Queen c7, a bit of an aggression,
Yeah.
but simply in order to try to annoy Black here.
Well, yeah, the question is, I don't know if I want to go knight f6 because then the knight is stuck there. Yeah,
Maybe white can reconsider about his drawish intentions here.
Yeah, definitely, that's what's my point. Well, I would have to go. That doesn't look good, so maybe not knight f6, which means that f6 is impossible. We lose a pawn, and if you move
King
back,
f8 you don't really want to do
either.
also. Yes, it's maybe. Of course, you can get an a2 pawn,
yeah,
but maybe white can first go a3 here.
well, okay.
We are about to see the move on the board.
Well, the issue with king g8 is we might play the king h7. Yeah, is also queen a8, which also pins the knight. So that is a healthy response, actually.
And also, I saw Jorden checking on score sheet,
Oh, really?
which may suggest that he just wants to know if they are closing on to move 30. I believe that he understands that he most likely is not better here.
Yeah.
And maybe it was just a random movement which didn't really mean much. But I would believe that the position is still balanced, and white would come up with some moves like queen b8 now in order to annoy white. Well, what's going to happen actually after queen b8?
Yeah.
Because knight f6 is not really advisable due to queen f8, and suddenly Black is in trouble. So knight g7, do you think? Or something like queen a4?
I'm looking at queen a4, but
a4 looks good to me.
b3.
b3, queen d7.
Oh, you got to
That's maybe what Black wants to do.
And knight on d6, that's a very nice square for a knight. Maybe.
Yeah, then probably Black wants just to somehow solidify his position because his king is a bit weakened.
Okay.
So I still think that it
foolish.
should be about equal. Queen f4.
She goes queen f4. Not she. He goes queen f4.
And Maybe also, well, suggesting that they can go for repetition after king g7, queen
I
e5.
think so, yeah. I think, okay, I mean, king g8 again would be met by queen b8.
No, so h6 thinking right away.
Yeah.
So maybe just asking a question if he's okay with a draw, and we're gonna see soon enough. In any case, unfortunately, not the most exciting game of the day so far. Board 3 may be, however, something completely different because we saw rook b3 maybe a novelty, and queen c8. Queen c8. You said that maybe rook g8 is
was probably the best way to play. Just want to say, yeah, instead of rook b3, g3 I've seen has been played in this position, and that's the only game I see. So rook b3 probably a novelty, and rook g8 would be an engine's follow-up, but queen c8 a logical follow-up, right?
Yeah, interesting preparation by white. I'm quite curious also because I like these positions in principle. So yeah, and maybe we have one of the theoretically important games in here. And knight takes d6, knight d6, bishop d6, queen d6, bishop f1, and knight e7, regrouping. Knight comes to a very comfortable spot on f5, where he controls everything. Rook g8, eventually the idea is there, and d5, freeing up some space.
Yeah, this apparently not being the best way to go, but just want to mention this is kind of difficult position to play for Marco if you're not an engineer. So d5 apparently not exactly great because rook f3,
bringing the other rook to c3.
Yeah, is a big challenge.
Problem. So I think that d5 was mainly the idea to bring the queen to d7.
Yeah.
But he's still struggling to with connecting his rooks, and that's very, very important, of course, because his rook on g8 is not participating very much in the game, and you cannot really play with limited number of pieces. So he needs to. Also, one of the reasons why maybe rook f3 is good, because there is a side idea by black maybe to go king d7. It was the idea is to connect the rooks. It's just a purely positional, but maybe if white goes rook f3, which happened, he is not going to be in time for that.
Yeah, rook fc3 then being a big challenge again for the black's queen on c8. And definitely not looking good for Mark material. Instead of d5, black could have tried queen d8 maybe, but not that it does much in general. Just I'm really trying to find a way how to play this with black pieces in case it happens to any of us.
Yeah, this is I can guarantee you guys that this is I will try to
avoid
this position because frankly it looks like not like that I wouldn't like to have this with black, but too irrational. Somehow I would believe that some very strange decisions may have needed to be taken, and
I just want to mention these three decisions. Actually, h5, h4 seems to be a good plan for black, apparently.
Before d5.
Before d5.
Yeah, but it's a very strange position. Frankly, I would not really
want to be
looking forward to something like this. Yeah. So in any case, Marco did opt for this. So he decided to have the board. Let's see how he will deal with that. We shall check on Jakub Ziman.
Well,
things
this game has changed. Oh, he has played queen d7 probably. Yeah,
most likely rook d3, rook c3 is going to happen. So let's see what Jakub did. Play queen c2.
Yeah.
In order to push e4, like h6,
first,
preparing at a4.
Yeah.
And white did delay, going for e4 first, taking a pawn on a4. Interestingly,
that is a very interesting approach of playing this. Usually, you would not want to.
Yeah, very concrete approach by white. and we can see that
Queen
he got an interesting position. Queen c2, yeah. Now Black may go for some activity.
He
Knight
did
f4.
already go for
I
the
did for knight
activity,
f4, yeah. Logical.
Um,
Chinese player is not really afraid of anything. We could see this yesterday. He managed to deal with Bahadur Jobava's Petrov quite convincingly. So I guess he may try to take his chances here. Knight f4, knight d2 is an obvious threat. So, well,
Definitely.
even protect this knight d2 and e5
Oh, it's gonna tell us.
indirectly.
Is that is that a way to protect? Okay, it is a way to protect it. Yeah, there's a checkmate to knight 7. That's true. Okay, so when we are attacked, let's counterattack. G6.
If it was g6, yeah.
I mean, I don't
It
really
still
have an
keeps.
option.
No,
No,
f5. No, I wanted to suggest f5 actually,
No way.
because there is the idea is that if you take on f6, knight takes on f6, and the knight protects the h7 square, and still keeps an option of knight e2 check, which is not so easy to deal with.
Wow.
Can something like d5 be working here?
Yeah, let's okay, I immediately here? Yeah, okay, why not? And if I am wow. We're challenging.
Wanted to go
you.
knight e2?
Yeah, I wanted to go, but maybe that's not the best way of playing this. Can I take with a pawn on d5 and I'll let you
Take on f6, queen f6,
Yeah.
queen h7.
King f7.
You are not afraid.
No,
Good for you.
thank you.
Good there, but can I now do something like
Like
knight d4?
knight d4 yourself.
I mean, your knight on f4 is very important, of course, but once it leaves f4, there is bishop g6 idea popping up. So
Oh, okay, that's actually a good point. Yeah, if I go for something like bishop e2, you just go rook e1, yeah?
yep, yeah. So,
Okay, I will take on f3, you will take back.
but maybe I can even take. No, can I?
You want to take?
Yeah, I don't know. This is a bit
Oof.
risky. It looks a bit risky, but like
You're
I'm
playing
relying on
it,
bishop
yeah,
g6,
yeah,
but
yeah.
but bishop g6 here. The problem is that white doesn't have an access to e1 square, which would really help a lot. But no. Okay, after f5, a very sharp position. Black has gone all in, more or less, it seems. And yeah, well, a risky play, but I like it for Black, actually.
Yeah,
on
and
first sight.
f5 was much better than g6 as well. And apparently here also white could consider d5 for taking on f6, like you said. And actually our line after taking on f6 and d5, e takes d5, the only way to keep the advantage for black was,
Nice.
yeah, it was exactly the one that we had.
So, yeah, it seems rather natural, of course, I could say, but and quick update, we just there was a repetition
Yeah.
between Dimitar Mardov and Jorden Van Foreest. So Dimitar, I would say that 1.5 points out of these 2 games. I mean, very solid, very solid, and and he is also keeping his chances for a good result here live. So.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about draws, there were also draws on board number 10 and 11. So between Nitish Belukar and Raja Ritwik in these opposite
Sicilian.
color bishops. Yeah, at the end. And also board number 11 between Patrick Chishlak and the Ukrainian youngster Ihor Samonenko.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ihor was prepared all the way to the end,
Yeah.
apparently.
It seems that he knew what he was doing, but on the other hand, it was not more than equalizing, and a draw is a solid result for both of them, of course. So let's move on then to
Some healthy positions.
healthy.
Or
Well,
unhealthy.
not sure if this is healthy enough, but yeah, we can see that Black did go for Queen d8 in the opening, and yeah, well, basically White did most of the things we were considering. Now played bishop g5 when it became possible to trying to annoy black with knight d5 next. Bishop moved to to g5 h4, and black didn't want to look at this anymore, and decided to kick the bishop out of this nice square h4, weakening the position, and b5. He is seeking for some complications because he does understand that weakening his king side is not such a great idea. So quite curious, but this looks a bit dubious for black, frankly.
It does, however, I do not see exactly yet maybe the immediate response. You could start with taking, but then
maybe
takes, yeah.
Would like to go somewhere,
Okay.
f5 or h5.
Slowly
this looks
but
like very
surely,
promising. Also, b4 is an interesting option here, just to bring the pawn closer to.
Yeah, it feels like almost
queen
anything
d2.
that white plays is a struggle for black.
Yeah, like that. Well, this is what white usually wants to achieve actually in these positions, and I feel that maybe he did manage to find the right way to challenge black's opening repertoire, and
Very nice.
and to play a position which black is not happy in.
Yeah, definitely white is feeling comfortable also on the clock, as we can see from a very great camera view.
Yeah, we have 50 minutes against 37, and a promising position for Aydin Suleymanli.
Yeah.
He's gonna pick one of the good options here, like taking it ready b4, queen d2. All of this looks good, and that's maybe the only problem in white's position, always to pick some
The
good
best
stuff
way.
out.
That's nice though, right? To have
Yeah,
all
it's
even
always a
options.
pleasant choice, and the other way around, that you are thinking from bad and even worse options. So let's see how white is gonna deal with this. And meanwhile, we move to Nils Grandelius with white against Jan Malek. Not too much of a progress here. Slow
Where
play.
did you leave it?
Both
Actually?
sides, somewhere around bishop f4. I think h6 round, bishop f4 was the last position we saw from this game. So after an exchange, queen d6, a small threat of queen takes f4, but quite visible.
He tried.
And just a healthy move.
Yeah.
Queen d6 in case, and
And
we are maneuvering, and we put the queen on f8. Why is it?
I guess he's preparing for knight f5 to happen from white side, and he just said,
G6,
okay,
yeah.
let me just push it
Probably
first.
putting the queen on f8 allows black to play g6 in case of knight f5, which would be quite useful maybe for him, but
Okay, but what would you do instead of queen f8? You know, what exactly is your plan with black? Except to wait for e4 to happen.
yeah, that's what most likely is black's idea. Queen
c5
f8,
maybe,
trying
right?
to regroup, maybe to put g6 h5. Maybe that's
okay.
why he wanted, and he didn't like g6 quite
Immediately.
here because of e4 probably,
Uh-huh.
because this may be a messy stuff here, or maybe even knight takes e4.
Yeah, first we maybe stake here, and then yes, there's something hanging
There's
on
something on
h6.
h6, and this line, like with queen takes d4, doesn't really work because there is knight f6 at the end of the story always. So yeah, queen f8 may be a good idea, because now e4 is not so easy to push because of d4 pawn hanging. And if black manages to go g6 h5, then white's knight's position may become a little bit unstable with h4 coming up.
That
So
makes sense, actually.
queen f8, I'm starting to like it. It's always when you first see the move which doesn't look very logical, you say, what?
You dodge,
What?
yes, of course.
What? But sometimes this moves can be decisive ones. Well, not that Queen f8 is kind of threatening something or winning something, but in principle, I think that Queen f8 looks interesting, and we can see
Yes.
that our arbiters are in full.
Full checking mode. There's not gonna be no cheating in this tournament. Everything will be detected. In fact, all the electronic devices of players have to be put at the arbiter's table, and also this 50-minute delay of all the live broadcasts of all the live games. So impossible. Oh,
Yeah,
if you
cannot.
manage something here, then I don't know.
So the
who you are.
random checks are on place, and we can see that really our arbiters are always on guard, and it's not possible to sneak everything around them. Let's see, Queen f8, an interesting development. Let's see what's going on the next board.
Oh,
Salve
yes.
tokens. This I was quite curious, really.
Exactly.
And actually, after 92, e5 did happen. Bishop e3. Sorry, not bishop takes anything, but bishop e3.
Okay. That's a very interesting way of responding to e5. Let me check it. Bishop e3 is actually probably the best move. Yeah, go for it.
Bishop a6 and f3. I would say that white actually knew what he was doing.
Okay.
It seems that at least compared to black here, who spent almost whole hour after the opening phase, he is now on 25 minutes, and I'm trying, of course, to create some counterplay still.
We do have bishop pair and this e2 pawn because of d4 is kind of a weakness. Apparently Engine still preferring black over white here.
Yes, this the compensation is good enough here, because you have two bishops, a pawn for an exchange. c5 may come at any moment to support the d4 pawn, then the rook comes to e8.
Yeah, apparently I have to tell you that after rook d1, the Engine would just like to take everything on c4, and he's saying that with black, after bishop e3 later and a5, yes, takes, bishop e3 and a5, that black is the one that's gonna play this for a win.
Interesting. So we'll probably try to get to the c4 pawn with the rook, bringing the rook maybe somewhere here, and also keeping in mind that b pawn can be pushed.
Well, very
Interesting.
interesting.
I'm sure that white is going to be the one who will be trying to create something from this, but at the moment, objectively, black is doing
right?
at least fine.
Apparently, best move in the position here is f4, but I don't know if you want to play this.
No.
Because this black does have this bishop and it's coming to b7, and who's gonna get checkmated? Well, I would assume white.
You don't want to do f4 unless it's not a bullet game. So this is a tough choice for Salve Token. At least he keeps a very solid advantage on the clock. But he will need this time to find the right way how to proceed here.
Definitely very tough spot to be in, but also very hard to evaluate that bishop takes c4 is so good as the
it's not forced.
No?
Even if after rook d1 I do something like c5, which is not necessary,
probably,
I guess. Or maybe rook e8 simply. This still should be quite good for black.
Yeah, definitely would have to calculate rook d4.
This knight from c4 is not really go anywhere. So
that's true. That's true. And okay, yeah.
I mean, bishop c4 you may play afterwards, but it doesn't seem to be necessarily this good moment. And so let's see what is going on the board of Krzysztof Raczek against Surya Ganguly.
Okay, so a lot of exchanges have been made.
So at the moment we left, it was knight c3 and rook d8 happened. Exchanges, all looks more or less normal. 95 aiming for more exchanges. A tempo rook c1. Well, it's a sacrifice on h2. And bishop takes e6. A nice motive. Getting pawn back, because after f takes e6, white has an idea of queen h5 check, king e7, and queen takes h2,
Mm-hmm.
winning the piece back. Ganguly didn't really want to go for this, and instead opted for queen takes e6.
Okay.
It looks a bit suspicious, frankly. Yes.
Is it suspicious? Okay, let's see. Well, f takes e6 was apparently a better response. Like your intuition was
Yeah,
saying.
but go for a safer endgame, you know. It's
Yeah, it is
it
safer.
seems that this is risky stuff.
This is a bit
I
more
mean,
risky.
once if white manages to consolidate and bring his knight to the game, or put e4 even, and then knight to e3, it may become quite dangerous for black.
Actually, yes, you're right. Very interesting way for Ganguly to continue this game. Maybe he was hoping for some attack. Of course, rook g8. Yeah, but rook g8, you know, when you sit first and you have this bishop on b7 and a queen on the board, you kind of like it. Yeah, and rook g5. Yeah, he will try some checkmate threats. But what do we think? Just knight f2 or knight f3?
Very much would like to go e4 in principle, but
Just e4.
e4 is maybe f5 at the moment. I need to be sure what I'm doing after that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, king g1 maybe just we start with safe move like that.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if king g1 is something which strikes me as a safe.
Yeah.
No.
But then we could go e4. Queen h3 is not really a threat, right? Because e4.
Yes. It's
I just want to avoid the checks, you know. But
no, king g1 looks good, frankly. But of course here, white has several options. Even e4 is one of them. But as I said, f5 does look like a little bit unpleasant. Well, in any case, it's obvious that Ganguly goes for some risks. A little bit of, you know, because f takes e6 would lead most likely to an equal endgame. So he decided to try his luck in something which may not be so easy to handle, but yeah, well, rather maybe put some pressure on white.
definitely, yeah, maybe not the best objective response by Ganguly, but still playable position.
What do we have here? Etienne
What
is
is happening today?
pawn down, piece down at the moment, but he now, of course, recovers the bishop on c8, and he's taking his time to consider
And
both.
when I count the pieces, it's equal, but black's coordination. How would you call it?
No, now after you take, knight takes c8,
Yeah, is it on
and
the
rook
board?
a8, yeah, most likely, because he just is gonna
Rook a8.
connect. Yeah,
Okay.
and you need to connect your rooks. But then knight e7
Knight
check
e7.
and knight c6 look quite annoying.
Oh yeah, and also bishop f3.
Yeah,
Followed by
depends
knight c6, no?
how exactly you connect all this together, because I would need to go something like knight.
Where? Where do you go?
f8 I wanted
Oh.
to go.
Ouch.
Am I losing?
Not yet.
Tell me if I'm losing, and I will take it back.
Yeah, wait, let me see. Let me see what I can do about this. Doesn't look like we're losing anything directly. And then you go knight d5, yeah? Okay, queen f4
Queen
maybe,
f4,
yeah?
Queen f4 looks good, but then
Is
we
this
will
on the
see
board?
this.
Okay.
We will see this soon enough. Knight e7 check. King is gonna, king h8. I think it's king h7 is not gonna be a better square than h8 by any means.
Yeah.
So I guess that king h8 is gonna be just by elimination method. You know, even if it's not good, you still have to do this because there is no choice. And yeah, I'm quite curious what he's gonna do after bishop f3,
I
because
think it's on the
it
board.
seems that he has a big problems there to
Yeah, queen
king
f4,
h8, and he's considering his options at the moment.
Yep.
I mean,
Wow.
bishop f3 most likely is gonna happen, and it seems that white is on the way to score an important win here.
Yes, definitely.
Let's check on Lea Garifulina against Leonardo Costa. Well, we did clear the structure, at least.
Yes.
After g6, actually, instead of trying to keep the structure intact, she decided to go for some exchanges. Very direct play. At knight d5 and queen d8, black decided to tolerate the knight on d5 for some time. And
But at some point it was enough.
yeah, I guess that you cannot really let white knight in on d5 for free for too long.
Yeah.
Improving his position on the king side, but also she did exchange couple of pieces, a rook.
Well, they are only playing on the queen side, and of course, this b file looks pretty nice to me right now.
Well, black has a plan. I mean, he wants to bring his bishop to b6. So I would assume that his next two moves would be something like this, and bishop b6. And then suddenly the knight may disappear somewhere, and exchanging the black squared bishop.
Okay.
Of course, white has time to do something with that. Maybe knight d2, well, bishop d1. She decided to move the bishop from trouble, but from the c file, and maybe then considering bringing the knight to c4 afterwards.
What can I tell you? These are not exactly my positions, but they looked. In these moments, yeah, I would, need to spend more time to understand them. Like you said, the plan looks straightforward, and yeah, so knight d2.
I like white actually here.
Yeah.
So white.
If I go queen e7, you would go knight d2.
Yes, because if I manage to face your knight bishop b6 with knight d2 and knight c4 directly, also the bishop can go to e2 to support knight c4 idea. And it's a good positional way to treat it. And if I may have enough time to get my bishop to b5, then it would be even better, because c6 is a very nice square, and not only for the knight but also for the bishop. So I'm not sure how it's gonna.
And with the help of the engine, yeah, this is a +0.8, and we also have a dancing squid on the board.
Wow!
Which is very cute. Yay! Is it in dragon fruit color?
Is it? This is definitely dragon fruit color, and we are gonna try to put our trademark on this, because I think that, well, I hope that nobody else came with this, and we will try to get more of. Well, it's very stylish because we are watching Lea Garifulina's game, and also I would believe that your shirt today is also of a dragon fruit color.
Dragon fruit today, yes. So Lea herself has dragon fruit colored highlights in her hair. Guess it is squid / dragon fruit day today.
Yes. So, well, we recommend both things to add energy. I think squid and dragon fruit are both quite good for your health and for your chest as well. So let's check on Jaime Santos. Oh, everything got changed, and what wasn't maybe lost by black, because we have simply looking endgame where black is fighting his life. It seems that rook c7. White is a pawn up. And the pawn on g2 may be in big danger as well.
Yeah.
Now, it's of course a very advanced pawn, which is safely blocked by white king, however. And so I'm not sure what black should do now.
Okay, that's actually a very good point. So let's say that we would... What looks healthy to you? Rook d2?
Nothing looks healthy to me, frankly, here, because f7 is hanging.
Actually, the rook f7, rook d2, rook f7, so maybe we have to protect it? Okay, apparently...
that was the problem also, that I wasn't sure how.
Yeah, rook f8, I think, let's say, oh my...
It is not what F5. You want to...
How about f5? Let's try f5.
Bring your last resources.
Yes. trying my best to
stay in the
hold on.
game. But what if I go knight e6, you just
I think then I can try to go
Rook
rook d2,
d2,
yeah. Yeah.
well, yeah. If f5 is the only way to treat this position, something went wrong on the way.
Yeah, definitely something went wrong. We can check what exactly went
Oh, he
wrong.
castled actually. I mean,
That
there
was
was no. Well, if you remember the position, and you mentioned that Rook d8 is a better move, and I wanted to castle, and actually, Ilan Schneider did want to castle
Yeah.
as well, and this apparently
Correct.
is not
No.
enough. Well, basically, Black was pawned down for most of the game.
Yeah.
Good prep by Santos.
Yes.
Definitely, but he
Oh
got
my God,
straight
also
from the
fine.
opening. Yeah, he straight from the opening got a position with a pawn up, and yeah, time-wise the situation is also not so easy for Black, but maybe as lesser of his problems at the moment,
No.
because if he has to find f5 in order to stay in the game at least, then yeah.
No, he can definitely also test f6 probably. It's definitely a move maybe to more test your opponent. I don't know exactly what happens after knight h7, to be completely honest.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
f7 was
Not
rook.
so. Then we go rook d6, yeah?
Oh, yeah, he holds on there, but I
we don't like it.
we don't like it
Like
for
it.
Black. Yeah, it was
Suffering definitely for black pieces. In only 8 minutes, they do have 8 more moves to make the time control, but still, yeah, you have to hold on.
true. Let's check on Bahadur Jababa's position. Oh, this is looking equal at the first sight, but the knight on a2, not very impressive. Cannot go anywhere actually at the moment. True, it's hard to imagine how White can approach this knight with any of his pieces. I mean, the king is only danger, but I mean, on the other hand, can you improve the position otherwise? If I do something like this, for example, just
Okay. Let's see what I can do. So I would have to go f3, right? And then slowly run with my king, but your king also goes somewhere.
I want to go to d5. I will have to take some rerouting, but
Yeah, definitely cannot touch this knight, yeah?
maybe you can go f4.
Yeah, maybe
instead,
let's go f4.
Just in order to bring the king to e3
Yeah.
at least.
But does it really... Even if I bring you there, like... Let's
Well,
just
then
go
you
for
free
this.
up the knight, you
that's-
bring your king to d4. Oh, maybe, it seems that, compared to the position we had before, White got some winning chances.
Yeah. Because where we left it off, it seems like
Yeah, rook
Black
g8,
had
it-
amazing prep, yeah. Rook g8, and then Bahadur did play bishop d4. And...
Bishop g4 was it?
and he just took the pawn on
something else.
a7, okay.
And knight b4, and did sacrifice on a2 and got a7 in exchange. And here, yeah, his knight is in trouble. And
Yeah, definitely. It feels like he's playing without one piece, but we cannot touch it. However, yeah, it does help us that the knight cannot move. And this position is being evaluated as +1.5.
oh, well,
but-
that's some serious winning chances. Of course, it will require some
Technique.
technique from Bahadur, but once he got some chances here, I will believe he'll be able to convert it. Let's take a look at Luke Mendonça. All things did indeed change here. Rook d8, he did go for slow bishop f1, knight e8, but brings knight to, well, aims to e6, I would believe. And well, White did opt for exchanges.
Okay,
and
then
now
g5.
more exchanges are encouraged by White, and he wants to provoke.
Oh, that would be nice pawn structure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he most likely wants to go for something like king e3 maybe here,
Yeah.
and then pushing
d5?
maybe first
Start with
this,
h4.
yeah, with this
Okay.
to get extra tempo.
These are nice pawns in the center.
Yeah, white is pawn down, but on the other hand, the pawn structure in the center looks very impressive. Black's pawns are not really moving anywhere at the moment, so yeah, an interesting idea. G5. Maybe he shouldn't change on E4 and just retreat the knight somewhere to E8.
Yeah, apparently the knight F8 being the best move in the position right now, but yeah, white
is
has
better, yeah.
happy.
White has some pressure, definitely. And the last game which we have on live boards is Ido Gorstein against Steven Rojas. We left them at the moment when it seems that Black is in big trouble.
He
But
was.
he didn't find knight b5. White didn't have enough courage to go for knight b5 here.
But neither he took the pawn on e4. He just
Ah,
decided
yeah, knight
to
e4 was another idea.
also
right?
an
Yes.
option, just pick a
Yeah,
pawn.
instead he took on e5, which allowed Black to maybe to, well, at least to get to some acceptable endgame.
Yeah, definitely acceptable for the circumstances he had. Even though these pawns are doubled on the e file,
Oh, this looks
they're
completely
nice
okay for
pawns.
Black here.
Yeah.
This suddenly he's not even a pawn down really, and well, this pawn on e4 and the e5, these pawns are controlling the central squares. I guess this should be at least okay for Black.
Yeah, this is actually 0-0. And before the position was almost 1.5 to 2, actually, after knight b5. It was that bad for Black, for the player with black pieces. And yeah, Ido Gorstein, yeah, he let it go a bit, slightly. But still, of course, the game is not over.
All right, so we can check back on other boards. Did we have any other games finished since our last entry?
Very good question. No, we have not. However, we have some changes on board number 3 between Bryce and Marco Materia, because e5 has been pushed, and I don't know exactly what is happening here. Queen f6.
Yeah, Queen f6 looks logical.
Maybe he wants e4.
Yeah, I guess that he would.
But can I just take on d4 here?
With rook?
Yeah. And after knight d4, just knight d4,
Yeah,
and
looks very,
can you resign?
Yeah, probably queen takes f6 is gonna happen.
I don't know.
What is Black's idea? He takes f4, maybe. I don't know,
He
but it
takes
looks.
f4.
Yeah, looks like
Okay, maybe.
suicidal.
No, this looks. Yeah, it literally looks better.
Yeah, I agree. I don't.
Okay, maybe he'd want to
really-
take on f4. Actually, it would make sense to at least try to open up something. But do we have a final blow in that position? I feel like we're very close.
It should be like after that takes f4. There should be something.
Now at this point, rook d4 doesn't work because at the end there's queen e6.
Yes, that
But
was
what else?
the difference.
Yeah,
That's why I took on f4. Actually.
it does make sense.
Play something like a
Really?
semi final blow.
Semi-final blow.
Yeah, I just would like to go king f2 and just improve my king's position because not sure what Black can do here.
You could probably go for this one, yeah. Or even stronger one, maybe g4, because Black cannot even take the pawn.
True, I wanted to go knight e3 there, but then it actually is, then rook d4 is working. But then
Even
I
rook
see it.
e3, even rook e3 in
Rook
that
e3,
position
yes,
would
and rook
be,
takes d4.
yeah,
Yes.
would be mate
Yeah,
eight
this
moves actually.
this doesn't look very reliable for Black. So of course, yeah. On the other hand, when you go for such a sharp line with Black, you also have to be sure that you know the sidelines. Well, also of course, Bryce Stigman's preparation was very interesting and seemed more to the point than Black's.
Definitely. But we will let think here a bit, and we will come back to this game. But now we can move on to maybe first board actually. We have some changes.
I thought that actually in first board there are
Not
not
a
so
lot of-
many exciting developments. Like
Just
White
to
did
update.
go for b3 a4, of course,
Okay.
as mentioned. Black brought the knight to e7, and now he played g6, his last move, preparing an idea of bishop f5 in order to get rid of this d3 bishop. I'm quite curious what is going on in the game of Jakub Simon, because we did leave this in a very interesting moment when Black played f5 and d5. He did play.
Immediately, yes.
He did play d5. Very nice. Knight c5.
Okay, apparently Black could have just taken on d5 with a pawn, but of course that would bring some different consequences. But yeah, Knight c5 taking on e6, and apparently Queen e7 being a big mistake here. Big mistake.
Knight d4.
Yeah, Black should have started with knight e2, and then maybe after king h1 could have went knight e4. Oh, okay, that's
No,
how
knight
we go.
bd4,
Yep.
right? Simply. And after bishop a4, just knight takes f5. Yeah, this is something.
Just queen c4, apparently.
Even just queen c4.
Just giving up the rook.
Okay. That's very strong, because the
Yeah.
bishop on b4 is hanging.
Yeah.
And after bishop d1, rook takes d1, f5,
Knight
b4
c6
is hanging,
also.
knight c6 is a threat.
Yeah.
Everything is collapsing.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Actually,
alright.
Jakub Simon, if he does find this move, I feel like Tong Zhao will have a lot to deal with. I don't see how he unties from this, actually. And look at him, Jakub maybe feels the moment, or he's just nervous.
No, well, be a bit nervous, because it could well be that he doesn't really see what Black does, and at this moment you just want to recheck. His calculation skills are very good.
Yeah.
And I would. Well, this is not such a difficult calculation. I would say it's just maybe a question of seeing the move, and
That's true.
yeah.
Yes.
But I think if the move like knight d4 is on your radar, you are going to play it.
Yeah, especially because knight e2 is also a threat at this point. You have to deal with it, and this deals with it, plus makes an attack, and it's a very useful move. Yes, he's calculating bishop a4, like you said, of course, something to check. But wow, how has this turned around? Actually,
Well, both players did take their chances, and I believe that Chinese player overestimated or his possibilities here, and maybe d5 came as a shock to him, and
probably,
he didn't. That's why he didn't take on d5 and started to panic a bit. But yeah, that's maybe not the way how you treat the position. But of course, it's very easy for us because we see there is no pressure on us.
Yeah.
And actually, we of course have liberty of taking back moves,
Yeah.
seeing what
Checking some
checking
engine.
sometimes. Yes, so of course it's much more comfortable, and
It is
players
very
are under
complicated,
pressure.
this position, to be completely honest. I would, I think, enjoy to play it, I don't know, at this point, of course, with white, but in previous positions, I would actually enjoy it with black. It is my type of position, but I would spend 15, 20 minutes at some point, you know.
Yeah, if you spend 15 to 20 minutes with white here, maybe already
Then,
things would get
it's
very
difficult.
complicated, even if you will be winning the board. Let's see what is going on between Aydin Suleymanli and Ortik Nigmatov. White did make significant progress since last time we saw the position. b5, we were curious how he will deal with this, and he decided actually to go for some concrete stuff, going knight b6 and queen d5, a strong move in tempo, forcing black knight to a7, because otherwise it would just pick up the pawn on b5 for free, pushing a5, creating a passer with a knight on b6. Yeah, you
Whoa.
can see that the white strategy has triumphed. Well, not quite yet with the result, but positionally, it's clear that white is totally on top. Black has tried to come up with some
Yes.
with some counterplay on king side, but you can see that basically black rooks are paralyzed. The knight has no
Wow.
moves. Actually,
Well-
all black pieces are quite.
It's terrible. Ortic, we can see him on the screen right now. Yes, I mean he tried to put his queen on 8-6, but that usually doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
It's so that if I go knight c8, let's say if I want to move or at least to exchange something, I think you could probably even take and go a6.
Yes,
but
that's what I just
yeah.
happily exchange all the pieces and just go for
Yes.
the queen.
This looks hopeless, actually, right?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah, I don't know the computer's evaluation, but
+2.
Yes, it's quite bad. Meanwhile, Jakob Siemens played knight bd4,
Ooh.
so he looks to be on the way to the top.
And also on board number three, queen f6 and e takes f4 has actually happened. So we might see, okay, Bryce will now think again for slightly, but I think the end is near.
True, and so let's check then
On the most healthy position we have so far.
Yeah, we had Nils Grandelius, after dealing with queen f8 maneuver,
Mhm.
and he did play queen f2, h5, e4, and knight takes e4.
Yeah.
So he did use a moment when black played h5 in order to force an exchange, and now it's white's turn to come up with justification.
I like these pawns on e4 and d4. They seem quite powerful.
And I go e5.
If you want to go e5 immediately, actually, the plan is very solid. c5 is my question, yeah? Mhm.
Something like
Oh.
this I was calculating if I can do.
Okay, so
Trying
if
to
I
push out your
take...
bishop.
Can I take it and
If you
take on
take knight
d4?
e4, you can take, but then it costs an exchange, I
Oh.
guess. Yeah, just.
Am I... I like sacrificing my exchanges, apparently. Well, this is what I learned about myself in this tournament.
Yeah, well,
Maybe not. Maybe no need. Yeah, you're right.
I actually wanted to sacrifice it myself.
I really...
My idea was
Yeah.
but I don't know, of course, if this is
Let's
any
see.
good.
Let's see. E5,
yeah, maybe it
c5, bishop e4,
It's a
bishop
bit
a6.
optimistic, I
Yeah,
guess,
it's good
yes.
move. Because after d5, bishop f1 is
F1,
very
I'm not
good.
in time. It's rook f1, knight g5 you have.
Rook f1, yeah, also knight d4.
Maybe knight
actually,
d4. Well,
is
maybe
very
it's a
strong.
bit too optimistic.
Not enough.
You see, I'm not
pieces
that
to
good in
attack.
sacrificing exchanges. So I tried to match you in this, but yeah, didn't go.
Well, okay, to be honest, bishop e4, knight e4, also sacrifice and exchange there is not the best for
Yeah.
black. Just looks pretty. No, definitely bishop a6 being very strong. So e5 not, because c5, yeah, it's a good counterattack.
E5.
You could play rook fe1, you
Yeah,
could play
yeah, this-
bishop b3 also being a strong move, I think.
Bishop b3 looks very good. Yes.
Yeah.
This when you see the move, you can immediately understand that it's actually a good one because you take a kind of aim
diagonal.
on
Mhm.
f7 and e6 knight. So
And black's best response probably is c5, which is a bit uncomfortable because it does allow d5.
yeah.
And that's not
Knight
really
e4.
pleasant.
We'll take.
Yes, exactly. That's how we go for it.
And
And d6, yeah.
d6, yeah.
Okay, this apparently it's 0-0, but I mean, I like White's chances.
Okay, you are actually, of course, you sacrificed an exchange.
Yeah.
Who would have adopted that you will like this position?
And the line is rook d7, knight takes h5, you know?
Uh-huh.
And apparently there's probably some repetition there after queen f5, or maybe just some ambitious play possible, you know?
Complicated,
Very
yes.
complicated.
And it's, of course, also for Nils, it's 24 minutes he has still on the
Oh.
clock. And both are under 30 minutes already. And they have only 20 two moves made till this moment. So, of course, some kind of hints of a time trouble
Yep.
are already there. And we will wait until they get to the time trouble.
Yeah, definitely not an easy position for both
Let's
of them.
take a look at Sava talking. He did play f4.
Well.
We didn't really want to do that, but he really considered his other options and
Yeah.
found out that f4 probably is the best.
Mm-hmm.
And went queen d3, rook e8, and queen f3.
Okay.
So he took a temporary control over the a8, h1 diagonal. And black would like to regain it by going queen d7, probably. Yeah, just bishop b7.
Healthy. Okay, Nils, you
Bishop
did play
b3.
bishop b3. Nice.
b3, of course.
Yeah, definitely a position we'll keep an eye on, but this one that we have on the board between Sava and Anui, how do you stop bishop b7?
No, well, I don't like this position for white. I wouldn't take white here.
Wow.
Wanted to ask actually, do you think that could be some role played in a decision for bishop b3 as the fact that Nils is left-handed?
I'm also left-handed.
No, but I mean, he's also someone that he actually could move his bishop, press the clock, write down his move,
and
always
just
one
leave.
hand. Yeah, so it could.
And he was
could
like,
be.
oh, king h1 or bishop b3. No, this is close.
No, but it's interesting. I actually never. It only now, for the first time in my life, it crossed my mind that may this be an influence, for some players that you will basically first consider or have a stronger inclination to moves on the left side of the board if you are left-handed.
That's why I played d4 and not e4.
Okay.
Just makes so much sense now. Yeah, it's maybe something we learned and we didn't know at this moment. Yeah.
I'm not sure we have enough study material for this, but I'm not even sure if how big the percentage of left-handed players are. Yes. So yeah,
Should this
maybe
statistic
some,
very good point.
interesting. No, but it just because I saw him writing down the move, him making the move, and actually make a very economical movements because he saved a lot of energy by playing bishop b3, pressing the clock, and writing down the move like all one area. So yeah, sorry, wasn't
funny.
really connected maybe with the position, but I can ask Nils if he has tendencies, let's say, to make a left
I
side
don't
move.
think he would know himself. He would have to think about it.
Maybe there was some food for thought for him.
Yeah.
Krzysztof Raczek against Ganguly, we did
Leave it.
leave the position here, and he played knight f2
Okay,
and not king g1.
Some
Queen
checks
d6 check and queen g3,
Yeah.
and bringing the knight to g4.
I mean, see, maybe this is what Ganguly had in mind when he decided to keep queens on the board. Now, after h5, okay, maybe not
Knight
h5.
f6.
Maybe knight f6. Yeah.
Can you go f5?
Can you go f5? Yeah.
Does it work?
Can you go f5? Would I have? Okay, knight h2 looks too ugly to be played, but maybe it has to be played. No? Can I play it?
Definitely play knight h2. The idea is to, in case of need, to go knight f1, right?
Yeah, exactly. I want to go knight f1 if possible to stabilize.
Yeah, and if not, there is another idea which came to mind is this
Oh.
to use a pin.
Okay, that's an interesting way to use a pin. But can I go h6 here?
Oh, no, I can go knight h2 now.
You can still go knight h2.
And
Yeah. Trying to find a way. No, apparently, yeah, f5 is
that looks risky.
knight h2 and rook c5 are okay, but yeah, engine does like h5. I see just giving knight f6 and after king e7. Apparently, there's a question, where does knight go?
Oh, but Ganguly does like f5 better.
Okay,
Played
f5
the
is on
move.
the board. It's more natural. It is, to be
More
completely honest.
natural, white has to take a decision if he goes for rook c5 or an immediate knight h2.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, this is actually what was my question after rook c5. Is bishop f3 working somehow? That was something I was curious about, but
Good question.
it looked like to me that it isn't, but the engine disagrees. Apparently it does
Yeah,
work.
no, bishop f3 does work because actually queen f3,
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
f1, and as this endgame
Yeah.
is equal.
Well,
because,
probably should be equal, yeah.
Yeah, something close to a draw.
Mhm.
All right, I missed queen e1 check, I have to admit. And well, maybe knight h2 is a try to push for an advantage here for white. And rook c5 allows well, bishop f3 and changes, which would probably lead to a draw. So let's see if Etienne did convert already, because and rook c5 by Racek is on the board. And now, okay, it's up to Surya if he wants to go for this equally looking endgame or not. And after he managed somehow to sneak out of this with bishop f3 and knight c6, rook b6, there was a motive which we, or I at least, didn't see. And okay, his pieces are not placed. Yeah, no, this is not how your dream position looks like, but normal.
No,
Is that queen trapped a bit on a3? Like, I'm trying to find a way how to win the material immediately. Something like queen d1, queen d2.
Looking at queen d1 myself, maybe, or queen d2. Maybe let's check queen d2.
Funny like not. Queen d2 or queen d1?
Oh, actually, that's a good question. I'm trying to see what would be my follow-up by each move. After queen d2, the queen can go to a4, so I assume...
Yeah, queen d1 I like more at first. Let's say rook moves somewhere, I don't know, safer, let's say this. And if this queen b2...
Rook c2 doesn't work.
Rook c2 is, yeah, queen b3.
Okay.
There should be something. No, this... I refuse to believe this.
Queen d2 is on the board. Queen d2 played.
So he went queen d2.
So he answered this for us. Queen d1 was indeed worse than queen d2. And yeah, after now the plan is rook a1 and rook c3, yeah?
Yes, this was
That's how we do
actually
it.
so. Yeah, that's actually so. This I don't know why I heard from it, but yeah, it's rook a1, rook c3, and this looks like a game over for black, more or less. Right.
Well, great play by Etienne. I would dare to say very nice game.
Felt that something was fishy here for black. He did manage to save the exchange for a couple of moves, but yeah, but the queen is going to be.
Let's see.
He played rook e8.
Okay, we're gonna see the queen trap.
See
another
one,
one.
and the queen is more commonplace than Nils Grandelius managed to trap black's queen on c4. And b3 is more of as you would expect that the
usual.
will get lost.
Yeah, more common square. Yeah, we see rook a1 on the board. Queen b3 is the only move, and I think we might see resignation after rook c3, right?
Yes, rook a1. Okay, one is gonna happen, and maybe even here he could consider resigning. Yes.
Yeah.
Rook c3 is just too obvious.
No, it is. I agree.
That would play queen b3.
Yeah, just to test. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's not. It's not that you would change anything by this, but
no. Yeah, in the meantime, there's been rook queen b3 the board, and I think we can wait for rook c3 to happen, and then I think resignation is inevitable.
Yeah. And then
and we have a cycler. Okay, resignation on the board, and cycler with Slovenian flag, because we see a sprint.
You don't see a sprint. It's only us who see a sprint.
But maybe viewers are also watching. However, the tour is decided today.
Yes, and it seems that your guy won as usually. Nowadays,
It's usually, so keeping the yellow jersey and I think the polka dot one, but Ariansman beating everybody today. However, yes, Inian beating his
Inian.
opponent even in a better way.
So we can, well, this tournament is much more interesting than Tour de France. Maybe one of the facts that there are no Slovenian players here who would, yes, but, it's of course, it's a pity that have with many talented players
Next year.
who decided to go from some mysterious reasons didn't come here, because it's obvious that of course this is one of the best open tournaments of this summer, and of course we probably next year also will be your task to to encourage more Slovenian players to play here, because winning only the cycling events may be
not enough for us.
Be enough. Yeah. On the other hand, we have to say that top Slovenian player Vladimir Fedoseev has an excuse for not being here, because he was playing in Biel event, which he successfully won, so he cannot really win all the events at the same time. But yeah, of course, this is of huge success with respect to cycling that Tadej Pogačar managed to keep his
absolutely. And the question in the chat, do you think, Sergei, for you directly, do you think that preparation is the primary difference between 2100 and masters beneath grandmaster level?
Actually, that has changed a lot lately. I would say that it was the case some years ago, but nowadays even players with relatively low ratings have an access to knowledge, have an access to opening courses, and of course, if they invest enough time and they are able to study an opening theory, they can, in opening wise, they can catch up actually with strong players. But the biggest difference probably comes then. It's to assess these positions correctly, to use this opening knowledge, and here I would say that is the biggest difference between so let's say strong players, GM level players, and the player, let's say, of 2100 level. So I would say that it used to be slightly different, maybe 15-20 years ago, when the opening knowledge was kind of prerogative of strong players, and now it kind of backflipped to the opposite effect. Or I feel so, at least, that the biggest thing, maybe the most important thing nowadays, the biggest difference is in say assessing these positions correctly, and the opening knowledge became very common and became very accessible to lots of people. So yeah, I would
also more lines are known to be good enough than I think years before. You could just say, "Oh, this line is not playable." I feel like, at least in my opinion, so basically almost whatever your play engine will say, it's okay, but it's up to you to then initialize how do you want to play this position, and if you know how you can play this position, right?
Yes, well, this is exactly, for example, we could put maybe an example from board 3.
Yeah, this is what I want to bring.
Yes, I would believe that the position which arises after the opening would be somewhere around here. Would be somewhere around 0-0s. But the problem is that, of course, the part when both players did arrive to this position quite quickly, and but then they found themselves on unexplored territory. And here I would say that the stronger player, a GM, would have bigger chances to win the game, because the starting point is okay, let's say, from an engine's point of view, but of course we are humans and we need to treat these positions near to perfect. But that's the thing, that the weaker player, of course, will have much bigger problems to assess the position correctly and to treat it well. So
Absolutely, and then he did. I mean, it's hard through this position with black pieces, but white, I think, played very well.
very well. He came up with this correct plan: rook f3 and rook c3.
This was the moment where we thought, okay, now we just need a final blow, g4 being the strongest move, but bishop d4 already a mistake, actually.
Okay.
Because it does allow the exchange of queens.
Yeah. Well, so black is alive still. So f takes g3. Can he survive this endgame, actually?
Yep.
We see that black has taken his chances. Oh, maybe there is a trick.
You could go rook b8, or where do you want to go?
Yeah, I wanted to show this, actually, and black has an intermezzo here.
Wait,
I guess an important one.
Wait, really? It's that simple. Yeah, you're right.
That doesn't... Yeah,
No, the question is then after bishop h2, does my a-pawn run fast enough? But I don't.
No, it's an a-pawn.
Oh.
It's an a-pawn with a black squared bishop. Whatever it does, it should be super quick,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
otherwise once king gets there, that's a draw. So, or
That's
most
true.
likely. And so this is... Yeah, well, we see that black may have survived this, but of course, still white is pushing for a win. He may just take on g3 now, which would, however, allow black to run with a king somewhere. I don't know if king d7 is the correct way. Maybe something like this, and then running to c6, and in case of rook g7, knight takes g3. Something
Maybe more chances, but definitely chances blown by Bryce. He already with his queen on f6.
Yeah, we did. I did suggest gf4.
Yeah, which is I think fine.
Because I'm just materialistic person who doesn't want to give up any pawns, and if I get to, maybe also I don't trust my endgame technique, so I would like to have as many extra pawns for endgame as possible. So g takes f4 at least would not allow black to take this pawn on g3, which happened in the game. So,
but there would be another issue that queen d5 would threaten you some checks now that the g file is open.
I can still change the queens.
Then you would change the queens.
No, maybe g takes f4 is also accurate. But in any case, white had bigger chances for a win than he has now.
Yeah.
But still, of course, not so easy for black. But you can see that time-wise, actually, the situation changed a lot.
Yeah.
That it was Marco Materia who was in time trouble, or let's say was approaching time trouble, and Bryce Tiglon did spend a lot of his time. Now he is on 12.5 minutes. Of course, it's an endgame. It's a rather simple endgame, so time is not going to be a biggest issue here, but still, they will need to show now a very good skill, very good endgame skills in order to squeeze out something out of this.
Yeah, and in the meantime, while we're discussing this, we actually had a win by Jaime Santos. Jaime. He did beat Ilian Schneider. Eventually, we can show actually how. Because this pawn on g2 was eventually lost, and then there was, I think, just 3 pawns.
Yes,
easily.
we did expect that pawn on g2 may become an issue for, or let's say that the pawn's placement on g2 will not be long-term. Just let me find the game, because...
Yeah, board 13, if you can... maybe it's
13... No, it should be alright somewhere.
Here, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
On the...
Yes, sorry, just a technical
Yeah,
issue here. So, just in a way. So we did suggest. Oh, but rook d2 happened.
Yeah,
so we saw that this is not working.
No,
and it's not.
It's not.
Rook d5 h4 and rook takes g5, rook takes b7 is not good. And rook c5, he did rely maybe on some tricks like this, but white came out with a counter trick. Rook f8.
Cute.
Collecting the rook back, and now just removing the bishop from f3 and pushing f3 himself, after which he didn't even want to take on g2, which would be completely winning anyway, but rook c4 just having 3 extra pawns better than 2.
Better than 2, yes. So very, very nice win. A nice preparation by Jaime.
Yeah.
I think he did deserve this win today. And also Lea Garifulina had drawn Leonardo Costa in the meantime, which I don't know if it's, not a good sign for her GM norm, but still she would then need to make some scores in the next 2 rounds.
Also, we have to mention that there are prizes,
female
special
prizes, yeah.
female prizes, which can be a little of motivation, except the GM norm, of course.
True. And she's playing a fresh grandmaster, however, still with IM title in this tournament, I think.
Yes,
So that's why it's. I'm saying it's a bit harder for her GM norm, but okay, it doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't know how does count, but the truth is that maybe he was awarded the GM title the day after the start of the tournament. Hopefully, it's not going to be that. So the game actually finished quite quickly here, and they did exchange the pieces. She didn't really attempt to bring her bishop to b5, and just decided to settle for a draw. Basically taking on c5 and maybe just after yesterday's, or she had several tough games in a row, maybe she just decided to have a little easier game today and just wasn't really so ambitious in this end game.
And as we speak, the game between Krzysztof Racek and Surya Ganguly has finished in a draw. That was the game of bishop takes f3.
Yes, and it happened.
In this situation, and they have already left the playing hall. In the meantime, they did, of course, agree. Immediately when the move 31 happened, they said, of course, we're not going to play this any further, and they will go home and prepare for the last 2 rounds.
True. So let's probably check on board 1, because, of course, this is one of the most important games of the day. Because we, in case of successful result, Pavel Eljanov may have a very strong bid for a tournament win. Of course,
but
Brendan is against.
On A6, yeah, he definitely is against.
On A6,
whoa,
yes.
thinking on F3.
Luckily, there is one on the A7 also from Black side, so that's maybe not so scary for Black.
And also, want to mention move 25, and they're both below 20 minutes, which means time trouble is approaching, and I'm happy by it.
Well, it's always nice to see somebody else's time trouble, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's so much more enjoyable than mine.
But I would be quite happy with Black here, because he keeps all the options with c5.
Okay.
Managed to put his bishop on f5, so may decide changing the bishop in a good moment. Meanwhile, also rook may come to e8, and maybe some pressure on e3 pawn. White still has to find some entry points for his attack.
What can I sacrifice? Nothing, right? Not giving me any chances to sacrifice anything.
It's not me, it's Pavel.
Yeah, Pavel's just doing an amazing job. I think, I think White has no entry points, in fact. Even, rook c2, rook c1 comes to mind, but everything's so well protected, doesn't even do much, right?
Yes, I mean, you could put your rook to c3 in order to protect an e3, but then your knight on a2 would look a little
dumb.
Well, misplaced, and
Actually,
I don't know, I like Black.
Black. Well, engine does says it's of course around equal. Knight b4 apparently being the best move, and after rook e8 just rook e1. But if somebody feels comfortable, it's Black. I would absolutely agree with you. Yeah, Brandon will struggle to find a good plan here. And
so maybe the tournament situation suggests a bit that, that for Pavel, of course, he is not going to play for a draw, but if we compare who would be happier with a draw, it would definitely be Pavel here.
Especially with Black pieces, right?
From a tournament situation, considering that fact. But we'll see. Of course, White is fighting here every game. He tries to push for a win, so I don't see why it should be any different now.
He really is ambitious, and the player, very great for me to follow him. Really just doesn't settle for draw easily. Even against Jobava, he had some chances, and he really pushed it all the way to the edge. And I would maybe let them be a bit, so they do come to time trouble. And in the meantime, we can get our second coffee, so we can judge them.
All right, so we are settled for a second break of the day, and we will be back quickly enough to catch all the action in incoming time troubles and to be able to share all our important views on that. See you after the break.
See you.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
And welcome back to round number 7. While we were gone, not a lot of games have finished. However, these are the current results of round number 7. Van Foreest has drawn Mardo, lucky winner of yesterday, quite fast after the opening. They exchanged a lot of pieces and had a peaceful draw and went home. I do not blame them. And on board number 8 and 10 also we saw very interesting draws, to be honest, and Etienne in the meantime has had a very beautiful game and beat Tanri Verdi. But okay, and actually one result we missed, well, not missed, we actually just saw it ending. Aydin Suleimanli on board number 5, which we were following very closely, did beat Ortik Nigmato. Ortik had a great run in general. One mishap against Bodana, but otherwise I feel like he played a really, really amazing chess. But Aydin today, in this Marozi bind structure, it is called like that, right?
Yes.
So I will not say something wrongly, but easy win.
Kind of, because I would say that the main role there was correct choice of opening for Suleimanli, where his opponent didn't really, maybe he was not ready for this psychologically and probably prepared to something else, and he actually did manage to improve his position gradually, and Nigmatov was searching for some chances but didn't find many of them, and a very smooth win for Suleimanli. He's getting closer to the leaders. So of course one of the games which was very interesting, also we saw some other games finished. Christoph Racek and Ganguly, I think we mentioned also that it was a draw, and so it lets us now to get to board 1, where the time trouble is already on. We can say see Jacob Brandon Jacobson has 1.5 minutes till the move 40, 31st move he made just now, and Pavel Eljanov has an advantage of several minutes, so he has around 7 minutes at the moment. And also, well, the position actually didn't change all that much. I mean, some pieces moved away from the board, got one knight pair got exchanged, and white tries to redirect his knight via d3 to e5, of course.
Yeah.
That would be very nice, and Pavel does restrict the knight, or at least he puts his bishop to f5 in order to be ready to exchange it if knight goes to d3.
We would exchange it, do you think, after knight d3? You give up this bishop, which is kind of useless in black's position. Well, I have to say, of course, looking this position with the engine is completely different, but engine would have played first rook c8 and knight f5, and he's saying that after queen d8, knight d6, black is solid, but I also think human way to play is bishop f5.
Yeah, especially in a time trouble, white goes knight c1, he wants an easy move, knight d3 quickly, and you are creating some problems like bishop f5. It's not always necessary to, I mean, we're really not engines, we are not going to play perfect chess anyway, so we have to be practical. And from this point of view, bishop f5 I like much more. I mean, I may agree that objectively rook c8 could be a better move even, but in this case, you make a logical move which doesn't give white an easy next move. So he gives him now he has a choice. He has to do something else. He cannot go his knight d3.
Well,
but he
actually
does go knight d3.
I was thinking bishop d3 would be played and then followed by knight b3, but we see immediately taking the knight.
Of course, bishop f5 was done because of this, and bishop takes d3. But now you know all the weaknesses of your favorite h4 pawn is gonna be an unpleasant problem for white, I believe.
I agree. I wonder if we, though, with white pieces, can we... Okay, rook c8 seems like a
Rook c8, trying to push c5.
I wonder if I go b4 with white here.
But then you're
Probably, right?
weakening also the c4 square,
Yeah,
so
but
then I
white's
would
pretty
reconsider.
bishop, you know?
True, but I will reconsider. I mean, I moved my rook then maybe to e8, just trying to go for something
and
like
then b5
this.
at some point.
Yeah, and then c4 square becomes a problem.
Fair point.
Well, from this point of view, also f5, f4 ideas may become quite interesting from black side. I mean, white's king, actually, suddenly white's king position will become a key factor in this situation, especially when you are short of time. Of course, well, some things may happen. Yesterday we saw that Pavel was close to winning the game, but at the crucial stage she didn't find the right continuation, and could be even quite happy not to end up losing that game. These things may influence you a bit because it gets to your head. You kind of say to yourself, look, well, yesterday, I had, I was winning, and this didn't. Well, but of course, in a perfect world, you don't think about this, and you just play the best moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, we definitely will come back to this game. Can we just check Nils's position, because I think he's in huge trouble and also time trouble. It is move 35.
Yes, and Nils is here.
Also, we will see. We'll come back to board number 1 very quickly. We can stay on camera with it as well. It's not an issue. But yes, I think this is a game we do have to acknowledge.
Oh, well, knight takes h5. At some point, he decided to go for sacrifice.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing, but it was very hard to continue with low on time. Rook g. No, after queen h7, yeah, this is all good. Rook g3 is good. e5 is the best move in the position, actually.
Yes, okay. And the rook d7, rook g3, but
yeah,
he did all of this with a short of time, and it seems that the game is close to its end, because Nils Grandelius was well, he tried to gain some material,
it's actually over.
It seems that in the time trouble he was he did confuse some things and tried to create some counterplay, but black also used his counter chances, and suddenly mate on g2 became an issue, and after rook e2 there was a d3.
Yeah, d3.
Queen takes c7. And d takes e2, queen b8 check, and black has a saving motive. I mean, saving, but also winning motive by knight d8. A very, very valuable win for Jan Malek here. And
I mean, Nils was actually after this knight h5 in a driver's seat, and he was very close to having an advantage. Queen f6 he had to play at some point to hold on to the advantage. After queen h7 actually moved 27.
If bishop c2.
Yeah, if he found queen f6,
maybe Malek's position would be a
bit different. Yeah, of course, after knight d4 it's hard to find exactly how you play, because you heard low on time. Rook g5 is the move.
Oh,
it's very hard.
This is complicated. I don't even see exactly why this is so great.
Me neither. After knight b3, for example, the thing is you play e6, and that's how you win the game.
Right.
And if you, I don't know, play c5, again, e6 is the move.
So, right. Well, there is a problem that, of course, knight takes d4, it creates a threat of knight e2. And you simply move the rook, and still keeping the e6. Well, it's extremely difficult to find such a move in time trouble. You, of course, look for something else, and at that point, unfortunately, something else is not very available, and you do some tempo move, logically bishop c2, but it's not a correct way. Complicated position, a bit of luck, of course, was on black side, but also as a time situation suggested that it could be a problem for black, and of course at that point Nils did need more time to find the right options, but
it was just too hard and low on time.
So important win for Jan Malek, of course. Let's see.
Okay, what are the games still in progress? We can actually stay on board number 1. We can.
There is a time trouble because
it's important
Brandon Jacobson did make his moves on seconds already, so it had 9 seconds before for making his move. Queen G1, he did transfer his queen to G1, going to H2, F4 most likely.
Yeah, perfect. We're also with the camera here. Yeah, knight C8, knight D6, queen G. Okay, this is move 35.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, White has a clear plan now, just bringing the queen to H2 diagonal. That's a nice plan, actually, a very good one.
Oh, okay.
Something similar we could see in French defense with black. Queen G8, Queen H7. There is such a. Of course, the position is more closed there, but here it looks also quite effective for White.
That's actually a very good point. The queen will do some annoyance there. But
question is if black cannot go C5 here.
Yeah.
And just to spice up things a little.
I was thinking about the move like King A8, just keeping it safe. But okay, it's C5. C5.
Well, I'm not sure if King A8. Well, King A8. I don't think that if you give me enough time and I will consolidate, it would be so great for black anymore. C5 is risky. I'm sure that it's not an easy decision to take. And Pavel has 3 minutes to decide if he wants to play positionally still now, or he wants to change the course of the game.
I mean, when your opponent has 39 seconds and it's your time, of course, Pavel has only 3 minutes, but if he manages to calculate exactly his next responsive moves after C5, you go for it, because it's a challenge. That's important, to challenge your opponent when low on time. I would know.
You would know. That's exactly what I wanted to say, that it's is trying to give a recipe against herself in a way, but it may not work also, because it's also very good. He used to be in time travel, so it may backfire, guys, as well. Girls, they tell you something, but it's not entirely precise sometimes. In this, I think, of course, this is a difficult decision here. He really needs to be sure if C5 is the way to go. I like it. But more important that Pavel would like it, because my opinion here is pretty much secondary. So I suggest. But he goes for Queen E7.
Okay.
Looks also quite normal.
Yeah, Rook E8 then would be quite a challenge for the E3 pawn.
Yeah, but then he puts the queen on F4. That's what his plan is.
I know you cannot go
F6. G6 is hanging, you cannot really go F6 yet. So
okay, so Queen H2 will most likely happen. I'm just trying to see, because apparently I missed one comment, so I apologize. I will ask if they can write it again. And Queen H2 on the board.
Queen H2 was a logical follow-up, and Queen F6. Yeah, I did believe this may happen as well, because but he's not worried about Queen E5. Okay, then he's not worried so much, because Brandon did play.
Okay, so
What?
Rook C8. No, Rook C8 is on the board.
Rook C8. Oh,
yeah.
I saw Rook on E8. I was afraid that I missed something, because Rook E8 would be followed by Rook takes C6. So Rook C8, and now, the queen is a bit misplaced on H2. Of course, I have to say that I was not entirely sure, because I was also calculating this line, and was not 100% sure what is queen e5 here. I mean, changing a structure, is it good for black?
You're having a very good point here.
Queen e5, I was...
Okay, let's say I do take, and
Where was the knight?
you were
c8, e7.
C8, yeah, C8, E7, yeah.
Yeah, but
What
this is what black wants here.
Isn't it?
No, I don't know. I just...
Okay, you know what? We're just gonna see in the chat. Queen e5 was actually a good move, but he can also maybe play it in the original position. Yeah, no, queen e5 was a very good move actually.
No, but the thing is that now queen e5 is more complicated because the h4 pawn is hanging. So meanwhile we had some action.
Oh,
quickly. King g1, c5. Finally now dc5. Now Pavel can make up his mind if he wants to keep all the rooks on the board, but maybe rook takes c5 is a very strong option as well.
Yeah,
I believe that rook c5, and this I like for black. If white has to exchange, which it seems that he also can move the rook.
He could play rook d1 here, right? But because then he can claim d5 as a weakness, but maybe just d4 is also an option. Maybe not now though.
d4 is an option, but a risky one.
Maybe not.
Maybe rook c3
maybe.
looks a little bit
safer.
It's queen on h2 is kind of a bit strange. We can see some action at the arbiters table. It seems that there is could be some claim.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this game as well.
We can quickly look there, and there is most likely a claim of threefold repetition by black here.
Yeah.
And is it?
It is.
And he just a second.
The question if it is a 3-time repetition, let's see.
It would be. Yes, if you played queen e6.
It would be correct, yeah. That's exactly what he's claiming.
Wait. So this is the position in question,
Yes.
I guess, after bishop e7. Yes, he's right.
Yes.
If he goes queen e6. Actually, it's a typical situation where you claim a threefold, which is not maybe... Did they stop the clocks?
Well, I hope they did stop the clock.
Well, it does look that the clock is running. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully the clocks are stopped, but I'm not completely sure. Can we zoom in with the camera? Etienne, on the board of Savetochin, the clock running.
4 minutes and 19. It is stopped.
Yes, it seems. Stopped. Yes, the clocks are stopped. Thank you very much, Etienne. So everything is in order. We just wanted to be helpful in case something goes wrong, but as far as we understand, the claim is correct.
Yeah, and we will see the arbiter putting the kings in the center.
Yes.
No, the
queen on e6 because formally the move should happen on the board, and we have a repetition and the end of the game here. I believe that both sides are quite happy with this because he did surely feel that his position may have been a bit dangerous at some point.
Absolutely.
So we quickly go back to board one where players did make a time control. It's an important moment, of course, for white to decide if he wants to exchange the rooks, which I would expect him not to do.
Yeah.
Because the endgame after rook takes c5, b takes c5 seems more dangerous for white, for sure. Especially with the queen. Yeah. I mean, you need to bring her to life. But black also can improve the king, for example. I mean, I calculated quickly some ideas like this.
That's his way to put it
improve your kings, and you bring your queen to the center, starting annoying stuff. Rook takes c5 doesn't seem like a best idea for white. I would believe that he consider going somewhere else. Let's check meanwhile. So we can let players take some break now because they will definitely need some refreshment.
Absolutely, and I think one game that is going to finish very quickly is between Leon Luc Mendonca and Arjan Vashne.
Good pawns.
Good pawns. I don't know, maybe the game has actually already finished, but maybe not exactly yet.
Well, they made the time control, so probably there are still some having refreshments after. Then it seems that no, it's not that board, but no, the game is on. I can see, if I'm not mistaken, I can see Leon.
Yeah.
Yes, he's still bored, waiting for his opponent to understand that actually not only one but both of the spawns are heading towards queening. A7 B7, a very nice pawn structure from white.
Absolutely.
White is winning here, and we shall take a look actually what happened in Jakob Siemens' game. Because we haven't been here for a while already. We did leave the guys in the position where it seems that white is winning after knight d4. Black came out with bishop d3.
Yeah, okay, good try.
Sacrifice, and rook d1, just in the spirit of exchange, sacrificing anyway. And the knight c6, getting the queen to move and taking on a7, winning a piece. Queen b3 intermezzo, knight e1, protecting also the h3 square.
Well, yeah, but at this point f3 happened anyway.
Well,
okay.
Some tactics
everywhere,
but still a piece up for white. Kept now brought the pieces to the game. Small tactics after bishop d4, knight f4, and we can see a Chinese player maybe recalling the more promising moments of the games than he is now, because it seems that black is losing this fight. I mean, the knight is still on a7, and he played b5 trying to get this knight. But well, there are many moves which are winning. For example, knight c6 looks to be pretty nice. Oh wait, it's blundering a knight. Because queen c6, queen takes d4 is not exactly what you want to do. But there will be something like e6 here.
Actually, there's a fun way here. Bishop e4 looks very fun to play.
Yeah, bishop e4 definitely looks like
it's like a fun response, but of course you could just go rook d2, maybe
rook
the
d2
easiest way.
Rook d2 is like much less fun response, but but also winning. I guess that e6 is one of the ways how to.
You have to cash in with e6 pawn. You do lose your knight, which maybe Jakob is not exactly happy about after rook d2. But if you cash in your e6 pawn, then you do not worry. But some calculation needed,
Well, of course, some accuracy is still required from white, but. As I said before, in Jakob's case, I'm quite confident that this is going to happen.
That
would show good skills.
Amazing score for Jakob Siemens, and probably also almost securing a GM norm at this point. Very close to
it's very difficult to secure a GM norm after 7 rounds.
Well, that's true.
I mean, it's a very good step towards.
Yeah.
Of course, he will have very good chances. But he still will need need to score some more points in order to be there. And bishop e4 is coming up.
So he's almost touched his bishop. Bishop e4 is really a fun move to play, and if he's sure about it, of course he's gonna go for it, because I think that move keeps the knight, keeps a piece up on the board.
Yeah, you want to keep your once you gain something, you don't want to give it up usually, and and let's wait for bishop e4 to happen. But it's
also bishop f5 might happen, because then queen h6 is a checkmate threat actually. Of course, after g takes f3,
king h3.
Yeah, probably something along these lines. Of course, rook f5 to calculate.
Yeah, it seems that maybe unnecessary a bit, but I like bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 is good. He's talking also to himself, but of course not loudly, as us chess players do tend to do. Yeah. We can steal the camera here, maybe, just to see what the movement is going to be.
Let's check on Bahadur Jababa.
Okay.
He seems to be on the right way to win this game, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop g2, actually, he needs to pick the direction he goes with his king now, because
Yeah.
It unsettles a bit because after king d4 you go king f5 and trying to get this pawn should be winning though anyway. Or white now?
Should be. Of course, I believe it should be winning, but
because here you
bishop
still,
e1.
yeah,
But
bishop.
now finally knight c1. You know, this knight has been on
Ah,
a8
yeah,
forever.
yeah. Well, you don't, and psychologically with white, you don't want to
No.
let this knight out. So yeah, still some, as we did, some technique to show.
Maybe to d3 because then after knight c1.
This you catch him anyway. Yeah, you go king d2, king c2, something like that.
Yeah, but the point is, of course, I did see what the engine is, knight a5 maybe to keep
knight
the
A5.
knight on c1. It cannot go to b3.
Nice.
That's the trick.
Nice.
Yeah, king
So
d2.
something
Yeah,
like
and he
this.
has to go back, and now
Back,
king
and now
c2.
c2, and you are closing down.
Yeah,
this
no,
step.
of course, knight b4 and then king h4, that should be lost, right?
Yeah, but we
Of
have
course,
seen
somewhat.
one end game saved by Kasper Piron,
Yeah.
very similar one, and yes, that's probably something which Bauder was hoping to avoid. But yeah, well, not always
Interesting.
what you
We'll
want
see.
is possible. And let's check on Ido Gorstein.
Yeah.
We transposed to something.
And also bishop e4 on the board by Jakob Simon.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Would trust him on this.
Okay.
What is this? We have 4 pawns against 4 pawns. Bishop against a knight. White should be better here. If there is no forced draw.
How long have they been playing this endgame is my question, because I feel like they've been here for some time. No, not so long actually.
Okay. So,
Since move 40, that's
yeah, I mean they had that's a situation where
they were calculating, of course.
Black now has to calculate the consequences of knight d5 check.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Leon Luke has promoted the queen to b8. So
And there is another queen coming, knight c7, but yeah, it's I would say that a8 is gonna be simple win.
okay, yeah, and this endgame is 0 0 0 0.
After knight d5 or not?
Well, after knight d5, it's actually lost, yeah, because king d2 is the way you take the knight, then king d2.
And then g4 at some point.
At some point g4, yeah.
Okay, yes, that's unpleasant. But this is something which is possible to miss, of course.
Yes, very
On the other hand, going for opponent games, you really have to be careful and to know stuff that basically he needs to calculate precisely. If he manages, then of course it's
I think he can
relatively
just
easy.
yeah, absolutely. I think he can just move the king. Yeah, what's white's strat exactly?
Yeah.
Not
not
sure.
much.
Yeah.
He can move around with the king
Bishop
and
e2
then
king
wait until your king will try to go somewhere.
Okay, that's
There
true.
and then
actually,
knight
yeah.
d5. Yeah. Okay, still slightly better for white, of course. And let's check on Bryce Tiglon against Marco Matteria, because we haven't been here for a while. Truth is that things didn't change all that much. We did predict that something like this may happen. White is pawn up, but
Yeah.
the conversion is quite complicated. But yeah, of course they still have lots of time, and the second time control just getting started.
Yeah, here. Could you predict something like rook and bishop versus rook at some point?
I'm afraid I can.
Okay. Yeah, no, not hiding here. Of course, yeah, like you said, being a pawn up here is very comfortable, and having a bishop is very comfortable, but...
Well, yeah, I would believe that this should be a draw somehow, but of course it's you still need to.
Yeah, actually, sorry, after knight e4, where do you go? Because rook c2 is coming. Rook c2, and you cannot go to h3,
Yeah,
I think. You
Don't
really?
have time for knight f3. There's
Oh, sorry,
three
it's rook
checkers.
e3.
Yeah, of course, and well, also rook takes h5 maybe would be solving the issue, but rook e3 is a little better.
Yeah.
So getting a favorable version of rook and the bishop against the rook. This yeah, this doesn't work unfortunately for black. So after king g2, he may
We have to go rook h8.
yeah, there are some. Well, or try to this pawn like rook
maybe.
something like this.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, maybe still king h3. And then something like yesterday could happen.
Yeah, because you wait for me to try to attack your.
Yeah. At some point I will take the pawn, you will take the pawn.
That would be a draw, but that's exactly
the scenario that we were afraid of.
So, okay, let's see if black decides to go for this. Meanwhile, we can check on Jakob Simon when black after bishop e4 did go queen c5, trying his luck there, but rook c2, another. Well, this looks very strong. Rook c2. Because queen h6 and bishop d5 checkmate ideas are quite imminent. G takes f3 check.
Yeah, but bishop f3, right?
No, c2.
Oh, sorry, no, c2. See, I'm gonna blunder all my pieces today.
Queen takes f3, no?
Yeah, queen takes f3.
Queen takes f3. It's just finishing. Oh, king h3 as well. I mean, they are. Okay, it took
with the queen.
Yeah, with the queen, because actually the mating threats, they are not going anywhere. Because white still can play queen h5 check, queen g6 check, and then get to the same position. And f takes e4 doesn't really work to queen h5 check. And yeah, I guess that black may play something like queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5 maybe still surviving for 1 second.
White has even knight c6, for example, here, just going for an exchange and collecting the knight as a bishop on d4, and yeah, this is a game over for black.
Yeah, I mean, after queen e5, knight c6, can I take queen e4?
Yeah, that's.
Sorry,
fine,
no, the f takes e4 doesn't work.
Sorry,
that's
yes, it's hanging. So yeah, I guess that it would be a miracle if black. Could survive this.
No, of course it
doesn't.
No.
So I mean, after queen e5, there are also many other moves which are winning. So this is gonna be a very quickly done. Meanwhile, Leon Lukman decided to go for a favorable pawn's end game here. Like giving up his queen, and that's the end of his story.
Well, that's a way to win a game. So
as we see, queen takes e5 here.
Okay, and let's see, is knight c6 gonna
knight c6.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Okay. Oh, but there is even so after queen e4.
Yeah, we take
I think that's
bishop.
That's end of story. I mean, he could have played even something else here, I'm sure, but I would also be for knight c6, yeah, because if your opponent resigns after a move, it couldn't be a very bad one.
Yes.
So yeah, very nice game from Jakob Simon, very interesting and fighting from both sides. We enjoyed that one, and we have last 4 games running out of top 16.
Correct.
And let's get back to Pavel Eljanov, because now we have some progress here. He came up with a plan, with a similar plan like I suggested, but b4. What did white go b4?
Was b4 necessary? Well, I have to be honest, rook on c5 did look very pretty, so he wanted to push it out.
Yeah, it looks pretty on c3 as well.
True.
And king c6 improved his king. And queen f2. White is still struggling to find a good square for the queen. I've tried g1, h2, g3, f2.
No, again f2.
f2 hiding some kind of.
He's gonna try queen d2 maybe, no? And then he's
queen
gonna
d2
do
or
some
queen
tactics.
a2. Maybe trying to use the fact that
a2
white
maybe,
king went too far to
Yeah.
c6, but it can always go back.
You think? Yeah, okay. It can always go back, definitely. But d5, I'm afraid. Is it going to be a
d2
huge
is a
weakness?
solid plan, yeah, of course. This is. And I'm not sure if black can afford going queen e5 here. But I would like to.
You'd like to go queen e5?
Yes.
Because I want to keep an eye on e3 pawn.
Ah, okay.
Is
fair.
check, and if you go queen d2, then I want to have an option to go knight c4 at times.
Okay.
Something like this, but of course I have to be
Here,
careful
yeah.
also not to blunder some.
E4 looks interesting also at some point, yeah?
Yeah, exactly what I meant by blundering something,
Yeah.
but maybe this is not
Yeah,
so
queen
horrible
d3, I
yet.
thought.
Yeah,
It's maybe equal. Yeah, d5, okay, then maybe
yeah, I
we're
wanted
better.
to go this, yeah. No, but this is not completely clear, of course. I mean,
Very unclear,
but
actually.
I believe that black is still pushing for a win, and
Yeah, well, definitely with the king on c6, he's waiting for an endgame to happen, but yeah, Jacobson will try to not exchange the queens. It's not yet.
Exactly. And let's see how if Badur found the right way. He didn't actually. He went for king d4, but
which actually it went into our line, so knight d6 allowing king g4.
Knight e4.
Yeah, that's not a bad move.
Now
Now the problem after taking was b5.
okay, so the pawn is quite pleasantly far away.
Yeah.
The thing is that bishop h3 is not really helping, because there can be some ideas like bishop e1 and knight f2 next.
Yeah.
And winning this piece.
Yep.
And this knight is still trapped.
Yep.
So, okay,
So that
bringing
was
the knight to
nice,
f2,
yeah.
interesting. Okay, but what's going to happen next?
What's gonna happen next? Yes, so knight f2 is on the board, and apparently, yeah, it's very hard to play these black pieces, to be completely honest. Apparently, bishop f3 you should play.
Yeah, I mean, black wants to keep this set up, but
Yeah, it's hard to push your b pawn, and it's hard to take on c6.
I mean, I would like to move the king somehow
Yeah.
via a4, but
Going to c4, but then bishop d5 always when you go king c4.
can I go via d3?
Can you go via d3, actually? Wait, that's a good way.
I mean, I found a very sneaky way
Yeah.
to get to a4 and I want to get to b6. I mean, it will take time. On that, it's not very clear how black can oppose this, because the king is like king e5, king d4. Yeah, this is the only problem there.
And the bishop d4, the bishop d5, king a4, and then do you think you come to c4? What? No.
No, you can go to d4 c4 is okay. Yeah, maybe this is a bit optimistic for white. I cannot do all that much. And we see.
difficult.
Okay, let's see if Badur finds the right setup. Black in Gorstein Rojas. Black does keep his
Bishop
ground.
f3 on the board also.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he does keep his ground. He doesn't want to go for anything like pawn endgame. Just stays on b6, b6, c6, and does believe that this should be enough for him to hold and draw.
Eventually.
And Marco Materia did go for rook, for knight d4 and rook from behind of the white pawn in order to have a bigger, well, more activity, and keeping his knight f3 ideas alive.
Yeah.
Now it's up to white if he is willing to go for an endgame after rook takes h5 immediately.
Or what? You think rook a5?
Actually, not. If you go rook a5, then knight f3. Then I force you to go there.
Yeah.
And bishop c1 doesn't look appealing. On the other hand, of course, black is not threatening taking on a3 as we know, but after king c4 he would.
Yeah.
So sooner or later this is gonna appear on the board.
Yep, exactly.
Seems that black is very close to a draw. I mean, not well. He hasn't been that close to a draw
Since the opening, season 1.
White is. It seems that he's ready to go for something here.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just rook d5 and then
Rook
taking
E8 or something
rook
random
e8
like
maybe.
this.
No, that doesn't allow me to take the next move.
King C4. Yeah.
That doesn't allow me to take the next move. Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe just
maybe he wants
putting the
bishop
rook on
d6 last
E3
turn.
and then trying to something like
And then
this.
king h4.
Eventually, King H4
No,
is knight
that
F5
was-
still.
I'm
Yeah,
blundering all my pieces today. No, they're not my pieces. That's important.
that's good. Always good to have any pieces in action
Yeah.
to
Okay.
blunder them.
Like this, actually, this is slightly challenging. Maybe knight b5.
That looks promising for black. Maybe in order to get the pawn. Yeah, I believe this may not be enough for white to win this.
Yeah, I mean, I can go king h. No, maybe I can go a4 and go and try to play rook e4, and then maybe your knight is too far away, but it's not. You're coming back. Yeah, I'm too optimistic.
I look
I'm too
at this knight
optimistic.
compared to
The
Jobaba's opponent's knight is just a unicorn can go anywhere. So I guess this is
Yeah,
no.
no.
And so we can see rook
Okay.
takes h5
What happened?
is going for rook takes h5, but that I don't believe that this is winnable. I mean, if he takes on h5, rook takes h3. I mean, okay, unless rook and the bishop is his hope, and black cannot really go much. I mean, even not giving up the knight may be possible. So
In the meantime, knights on board number 1 jumping to c4.
immediately,
Woohoo!
Knight
Having some
c4.
fun.
very good, very good. We have many knights remaining.
Yes.
On
On every board.
Yes, we have knights on every board, and
And all
even
by
two,
black
one and a
players.
half, one and a half in Jobaba's case.
Yeah, exactly. So basically 3.5 knights by
Three and a half
black
knights.
pieces.
Yes, it's,
Yeah, and one with white pieces. So it's a bishop day for white pieces today.
cool.
But
And
yeah, okay, knight c4. It's a move that we expected eventually. Maybe not immediately, but
yeah, well, I suggested queen e5 first, but
Yeah.
Pavel decided that knight belongs to c4 straight away, and
yeah, we believe him, I guess.
of course,
It's
but
quite challenging. What do you
what is-
do?
what is
Oh, you
this?
want to go e4. Yeah. Oh. What? What do you mean? Do you wanna play bishop e4 or what is your
yeah,
plan?
but you can go to b5.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that I'm not in time to collect on d4 because there's rook c1
Yeah.
check, and and queen takes d4 is not what I want. And,
Yeah, you would want
to
this with
end
black.
game, not really. So yeah, maybe e4 is a bit premature.
It is hard to make a move for white here, actually. Queen e2 looks very passive. We're also losing the h4, maybe. Queen e1, maybe. Have to consider.
Queen e1 now,
Yeah.
but then I may force you to.
I was thinking king f2 is possible or not? Looks a bit
That-
weird,
Yeah,
right?
this is. You know what? Well, another move which looks extremely strange, but
Which one?
kind of. This should be working. I wanted to go this.
Oh. Wow.
This.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
I understand that it looks ugly. It doesn't look because my idea is to go e4
Yeah.
and to have e5 after d4.
That's actually good.
But I may not be in time because you may have something like queen e6 here, hitting the e3, and now e4 doesn't really work, I guess.
Okay, I guess so too.
Yeah, f4 is a bit optimistic. My point was that actually I wanted to go e4 and f4 now, just to push
Actually,
e5.
f4, queen e6, e4 still works, actually.
Really?
Yeah, surprisingly enough.
And
After
how-
d takes c4, f5.
What the heck?
I don't know what.
What?
Yeah, I don't understand. So I guess Queen D4 is very strong.
Yeah, but
If you
D3
take
is
it,
hanging, no?
it's true.
You can go something like
Um,
bishop E2.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Or
I'm gonna put it on the board. So F4, Queen E6, E4. D takes F5, and let's see, you took with a pawn, right?
yeah,
B5 is the strong move here. What?
Queen B2 check is.
Are we playing chess or something else?
Oh,
I'm
but
not
it's
sure.
F5 is opening as Queen F4 ideas.
Yeah, after Queen.
Oh, but this is insane.
This is- no.
But this is beautiful.
This is
interest, yeah.
insane.
Yeah, you have to like you give up all your pawns in couple of moves in order to create a count. First of all, of course, I missed B5 idea altogether
Yeah, of course.
because King takes B5, Queen B2.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, this is yeah, I understand. This is the most natural trick,
That's
and
crazy.
and connected with F5. G5, and then the black doesn't have any other squares than C7, and then suddenly there is
Yeah.
a bishop takes C4 probably,
Wow.
and Queen G3. Yeah,
Yeah. Queen
maybe,
F4, maybe, you know.
mate.
Yeah, +5 in this case. Yeah, you turn around would happen, but oh,
Okay,
It's impossible.
I saw all this when suggesting F4.
yes.
Fortunately,
Of
there is a
course.
footage of the stream which proves the opposite. But first move I saw F4.
Yeah. No, that's insane. But also your scenario that you wanted to play. What if I start with E4 and then F4? Yeah. What did we say?
I didn't like knight E3.
We didn't like 93, but E5 anyway.
Yeah, and then moving a queen, I wasn't sure what is this. But then Queen F3 actually is also quite annoying because
Exactly.
suddenly the pawn on A6 becomes relevant.
Very strong.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually,
I don't like knight C4. I put
yeah.
the queen on E5 first. It's not just...
or just move King C7 first. Actually, Engine prefers Knight C4 to anything else. Oh, actually, King C7 was also the move. But yes, now with Knight C4, oh, I would like to see some drama shaking up with E4, F4. Do you think?
Yeah, it seems
Jacob's
like
gonna try?
well, I think that he's gonna calculate this because he has still enough time. He has like more than 14 minutes yet, and it seems that Pavel Eljanov is actually somehow for several games we have seen already when the drama started after the time control, but maybe not so much drama in his game against Mendonça when he was queen up, but
Yeah.
still it took some time, and his game against Jobava definitely very dramatic
Oh, yeah.
encounter.
Oh.
Yesterday had an unbelievable second
Turnaround.
time control,
Yeah.
and today we may live up to something very interesting again, and I don't think that he's really looking for a drama after the time controls principle, but yeah, well,
No,
there it is. Yeah.
he's an ambitious player, so of course he's not gonna opt for safe moves if he sees something like Knight C4. But I wonder, you could see him calculating right now. Do you think he sees the C4 idea followed by F4?
No,
Probably.
I would bet for E4. I mean F4,
Yeah,
F5 with B5.
Listen, if we see this, then I don't
Then
know.
is well.
I can owe you a dinner or something, you know, because
Okay. Yeah, so it's, you
Because
don't forget
thanks,
this is I didn't bet anything, so
we're in a
I have a
casino, you know.
free dinner.
So it's
Come on, Brendan. There is a
because
dinner
you
on
have to
stake.
bet, yeah.
Yes, dinner is stake. Go for it.
You can
Which
think
one do you
about
think?
it.
F4, right? F4. F4.
Yeah, for
is,
F4.
Yeah,
E4,
E4.
I think we might
E4 is
see,
not worth it.
But
Maybe.
if we see F4 followed by F5, I think this is important. If we see F5 on the board,
E4 maybe is like a cheese plate maximum.
Yeah.
No?
yeah. Yes. Okay. Maybe start with the drink.
Yeah, but
then a
E4 is
starter,
quite.
and
I
a
mean,
main
E4
course.
is definitely more natural.
Uh,
F4, F5, and
if we-
B5. That's
That's insane.
that's a killer.
And,
This is
yeah, F4. I mean, after F4, Queen E6, E4, and then after taking F5, if we see that position, I don't know. It's really insane. I would love it, of course, but I don't think so. In the meantime, yeah, we have no huge drama on the other boards. We already
no major
saw-
updates.
No. So this
Oh,
one,
this
this
is
is the game
just
to go. This
amazing,
is the game
yeah.
to go, especially because 12 minutes to go. Brandon definitely, well,
What if he takes with a queen? I have like what, queen d4?
You want to try it without the engine? Let's.
Oh no, it's bishop takes e4.
Ah, just-
No, as I say, I can do without that.
Oh, okay.
It's just-
We got this.
Sure, peanuts. This is easy.
Compared to
Yeah, compared
other
to
stuff.
b5, that's a truly beautiful motif. I have to admit.
No, this is something for the books. If this happens, this is definitely for the books.
Yes.
But
well,
I don't think there's no way you play f4, e4, and then f5.
I mean, it is for the books, but I'm almost sure that it wouldn't make Pavel's book if this happens on
He
the
would
board.
definitely forget about this as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
Well, yeah, knight c4 is a risky stuff. It was visible, at least, or I felt like this, that knight c4 is asking for some trouble. But we saw Pavel playing very nicely, very sharply in this tournament, so it's not coming as a big surprise here. What I'm curious about, actually, on board of... well, in the endgame of Bryce Tiglon against Marco Materia, well, it's hard to know, of course, what the guys are thinking, but is Marco, for example, willing to give up the knight to get the rook and the bishop endgame?
I think so, no?
Well,
Or maybe he's gonna wait, of course, as long as he can, probably.
I'm not sure this
Not
is the
sure.
way to do it, because
Okay.
if you want to go, if you are completely sure that you will be holding rook and the bishop,
Yeah, then you go for it.
yeah, but I don't know, of course, how well he or how much he is aware of set. Well, there are two setups even. If we just, of course, it may not happen in the game even, but there are even two successful setups for a weaker side to defend as this end game, and I personally would prefer be a Cochrane setup, which is like with the rook on the longer side, which was demonstrated. Well, I had the possibility to play this endgame numerous times, of course, and with stronger side, Bartosz Soczko, coach of Polish national team, but also a very strong player himself. He just like very calmly demonstrated once to me in a mutual game how easily he holds this. So he didn't even claim a 50 move.
Really?
Yeah, he just waited. He was waiting for me just to give up a winning attempt,
Yes.
and I just offered to draw at some point
Yeah.
because he just did this so convincingly.
Yeah.
There is another setup, however, of course, which is on the last rank when you have your rook close and always use the stalemate idea whenever the king comes close enough. But of course, we may see this in today's game still, because. But first of all, it's not completely necessary for black to give up the knight. If he manages to somehow get his king to, well, some safe space, like f7, g7, then it may not even occur, but it's quite likely. And my dinner hopes are away, or my free dinner hopes at least. So you are
maybe the next
quite
bet.
lucky. Yeah, yeah. That's we see if we
P5.
definitely were influenced by being in casino. So of course some ideas of betting may come to mind, but of course b5 is also an interesting approach because
no, it does make sense because it does ask question king c7 or king c5 even, but king c5 looks a bit too much, don't you think?
yeah, king c5 looks a bit dangerous, but king c7 looks safer, but maybe not by much. No, if you don't take on c4, queen g3 is still an option there.
Oh, actually, this is a good way. Yeah.
b5 doesn't look so bad.
Maybe if I take with the cannot take
If
with
you
the
take with the rook, still rook takes d5 is possible.
Yeah.
I mean, not that this is a big tragedy for
actually,
black.
king c7 would be big trouble for black after
Really?
bishop c4. Well, big +1.5 already.
Oh, that's quite
So-
unpleasant. So king c5 is forced.
Two moves, king d6,
king d6 is
or
maybe.
king c5. King c5 you don't play because of e4, right?
No, d4.
Oh,
That's kind of
true.
okay.
that's okay.
No, e4 was not my concern, but I was worried to like miss out something like queen g3 at some point. But yes, and king c5 is fine.
Oh, but come on.
Why?
Come
It's
on.
on the board.
Wow, Pavel going for king march with queens and the rook on the board. Something I do not recommend to everybody. Please
Yeah,
calculate
yeah,
first.
you calculate carefully, but Pavel did check his options. Well, we have some moves in Bryce Tiglon's and Marco Materia's case. White decided to try to win the endgame, which
Yeah.
interesting. King f4. The
King
idea is
F4.
that if you go for rook f5
Yeah,
here, rook f6, and white has rook f5.
And
And,
if I take, you take with a pawn, and then you're saying
kind of,
it's a bit annoying.
yeah,
huh?
because if your king is misplaced,
Yeah,
but Marco does quickly go for
Okay.
knight f6.
that works.
Does he go for knight xg4?
First he wants to go. No, but first
Okay,
of all
first
he
of all,
wants
he wants
to
to go
check.
rook a4, yeah. Yeah, rook a4, and g5 you don't really want to go because
Really?
of... I think it doesn't
Still
work even,
go
it's
for it.
just a check.
And you want to go knight g4.
Ah, you can go king f3 back, yeah? And knight g4 is rook d5. Actually, so that he may go for this rather, but
Yeah, that's true.
but maybe rook d5 was bothering him.
Okay,
King e2, you don't want to go that
Yeah.
far.
true.
But still
of
maybe a
course
draw
okay,
after
but-
knight f6.
Yeah.
And knight f4.
Yeah.
But okay, let's see what he wants to do after.
Yeah,
G5.
Yeah, rook a4 we expect to happen. King f3.
I don't even know what to expect to happen here, but yeah.
Oh, knight.
He
Huh?
goes. No, he quickly went knight h7.
Wow.
He's just going to take.
Just
He's
go
going
for
to
it,
take a
yeah.
pawn. I mean, he seems fairly sure that he's gonna hold the rook and the bishop.
Yeah, and actually after if I go for knight g4, this is lost after.
Yeah, knight g4 didn't seem right, but it looks that he didn't really
No need.
consider to go. He just wants to
take
get
it.
this pawn. He just wants to take it and
And show us.
and show
the
us
draw.
what. Well, I'm curious. Yeah, if I mean, on the other hand, if he's playing confidently, so
Yeah,
it
he
seems
must
that he
know
knows.
it perfectly.
Well, just a game situation is a bit different always. You know, lots of things. But in a practical game, but here he kept actually enough time to himself, so 18 minutes. It was actually the discussion in which we had shortly before that. I asked if you would go for just giving up the knight and playing this endgame, or you would keep trying to
Yeah.
make a draw without that. But I think that knight takes g5 is gonna happen.
Okay.
Don't have any major developments in
No.
Gorstein Rojas because black is just waiting, and
And
Marco
yeah.
does take on g5.
Actually, that is the most entertaining game right now. So, but we'll be here for 50 more moves. So
Yeah,
I don't know how
quite
long.
possibly.
Yeah, it is the most
Let's check
active
on
game actually.
Jabava.
Yeah, we can check slightly what happened, but nothing much. Some maneuvering. I think we've seen knight d3 back.
Yeah, they repeated. It seems that they repeated moves and
No,
king d3. He's maybe
He's going
trying.
here,
He's trying my
King c2.
road.
I mean, as he should. There's no other way to break in. I think that's the only way you want to go through is through king a4, king a5. Hope for something, but yeah, it's gonna be. It looks like Famtran is really, really holding on correctly. Have we seen king c2? Yeah.
King c2, king d4
Yeah.
very quickly, and the idea is that he goes to c4.
He goes to c4. Let's see, king.
And Jobava is going. King b2 he did.
Oh,
And bishop d5. Okay,
Wow.
that's a slightly different
Yeah.
idea from what we saw.
does he want to go knight h3 now? Doesn't do much, no.
Well, you can try to go to f4,
Mm.
but then you still cannot take on h5 because there will be a. Okay, you have to be careful with
Oh,
what bishop.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Then I would do this.
Okay, still go to f4. I think.
Now I maybe have to consider the right square. Maybe because here
Yeah, I want to play b5 at some point, yeah?
I did bishop e6. Just
Oh.
provokes
Knight f4 anyway.
knight f4 and then bishop f7. I mean that's his
And
idea.
that's how he wants to go for
Yes,
it.
that's his idea.
I cannot take knight h5, you say?
I think that I can take on b4 first. That's the problem.
That is a problem. That is an unfortunate problem.
I mean, give the other one is not a draw also. If I just not take on b4, but okay,
No,
there's no
definitely.
need to risk. So this knight f4, bishop f7
Yeah, this is gonna be
is
on the
gonna
board.
happen, of course,
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
And black is blitzing out his moves. It seems that he is quite comfortable, or at least he understood quickly that he has no choice but to try to hold this way. On the other hand, his pieces are quite active. I mean, his king is as active as it could get.
Yeah, definitely. Hard way to. Okay, I mean, Jobava did try to maneuver his pieces, but yeah, he's been really defending well. Do you see any tricks maybe left? Bishop e1 doesn't do much. King e3 probably.
Yeah, or e4. Yeah.
Or e4 even.
Okay.
King a3 though, what happens? Can
King
I do?
a3.
Yeah, can I go for it?
No,
Nothing much,
Yeah,
right?
But the thing is that maybe there white can go back to my plan to
Yeah.
go to b6
That
finally.
would be nice.
But
Okay,
eventually
I still go.
also
Knight
some knight
c3.
c3 ideas become imminent.
I understand.
But are they?
But I am on with the right bishop, yeah, on the
Yeah,
right.
yeah. No, this is not necessarily working. This.
Because of b5?
Yep.
You think this is not holding? Probably not. Yeah, the king might be a
this
bit
is
far.
not good. So okay, king h3 was white's move, which
Yeah, this is definitely the most challenging way.
now black has to be accurate. Can he go?
Well, king e4 I think might happen. Barely can go knight c3 immediately.
Wow, but this is a difficult one to take.
Yeah, I don't think you go for it because bishop c3, king a4, right? King a5.
The truth is that your king is very, very bad now.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe you are in time to hit white knight by king d4. Well, psychologically, it's a difficult move to make.
Definitely.
On one hand, you would like to free up your knight finally after like half of the game. On the other hand, changing the structure or changing this knight for a bishop may end up being lost. So he doesn't want to do this.
And in the meantime, breaking news on board between Gorstein and Rojas.
Trying to break through with b4 doesn't look like will bring any big progress because
No.
it seems that black is just gonna wait
Yeah.
and take on b4 in some suitable moment and then hold on his ground with the king on d6.
Yeah.
That's what's
Definitely.
gonna happen. And bc5, king c5 happened. Now white has
Very close to a draw.
yeah, that looks like a draw. No breaking news on board one actually, and it's a bit worrying for Brendan
Yep.
because he actually after king c5 he
Oh
spent
my.
almost all his time, and he is down to 1.5 minutes, and he played f4. I was so close.
One move later, yeah.
No, I guess that maybe now he played it with a different idea.
Yeah.
Well,
So He wants to go e4,
Yeah,
e5.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's-
guess.
I think that's pretty nice. And how do we prepare this actually with black?
Well, the thing is that e4, e5 is not so.
A threat?
It's not. Oh well, it is a threat, but it's not so effective yet. I mean, in the previous case, without inserting b5 and king c5, it would be winning on a spot. But like this, it gives black time to consolidate. Maybe he can go queen e6 still.
We can go queen e6, yeah, and after
Yeah,
e4.
Nobody can be really sure
No.
with the king on c5, of course. But yeah, but something like queen. I mean, I need to move. Well, I would like to move my queen from e5 tempo, obviously. But how should I?
No,
do
I think queen e6. Okay, queen e7. I don't think makes much more sense. Queen e6 looks logical.
Yeah, queen e6, like creating a threat of queen takes e3.
Absolutely.
So, shall we try this?
And now, what can we do here with white?
Well, you have to be quick because otherwise my knight is gonna
Land on
show
e3,
up on e3, and then that would be a bit unpleasant.
Can I still go for something like f5, queen f4?
f5 here, but I can go.
I don't go queen e5.
Yeah, I don't want to exchange. Maybe I can even take and queen e3. I have.
Definitely very interesting scenario
What
to
if
be in.
bishop takes c4?
Oh, now. I usually would take with the rook, no?
Yeah, but maybe here I actually consider taking
Really?
with the pawn even.
Really? Put the king on b4?
b5. b5.
Oh my.
Looks dangerous, I agree.
But
But
it
is
works,
not.
yeah, it works.
What is not now? Well, rook c4 in principle, I think is possible as well, because now if you allow me to block your pawn on e3, could be in trouble because b5 will be hanging forever, and I just don't know what is this. Queen d5.
Looks.
I mean,
Comfortable
yeah,
enough.
it looks good for black, and also, well, time-wise, of course, having 1.5 minutes is not what you. And queen a6 is the board.
Oh my. Queen e6, yeah, logical move, yeah. Now, Brandon with 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's a bit dubious at this point. Well,
Yeah, I guess that it's a bit unfair, of course, but when we saw the idea of f4 before b5, it looked a little bit more effective. Also would solve my dinner dilemma, but it didn't happen. And now after inserting b5, king c5, it suddenly there are less motives for white. I mean, it's
yeah, exactly.
yeah. D4 pawn is not hanging. D4 is and E4 is
that
is
was
on the board, and
predicted.
E4 D4 is
Yeah.
gonna happen.
E4, D4
But
immediately.
what now? Knight E3. You don't allow knight E3.
Oh my.
Yeah, if you allow knight E3, I think that it's gone.
Yeah.
And if you take on C4, now black can even take with a queen.
That's true, but I really want to start with f5. I don't know, it just
Yeah.
seems like the most annoying move for black.
But what
after
if GF5?
Yeah, you will take.
Yeah, I'm gonna take.
But now I can question bishop c4 now because queen f5.
I will take.
Yeah,
a
you
rook.
start with this, of course. Now you're saying if I take on f5 with a pawn, you go queen e3? Or not? Because I'm not sure, yeah?
I think just go queen e5 first, or d5. Rather d5.
Yeah, d5, yeah, because of queen f3, I assume.
d6.
This so many options. No, you're right.
Yeah,
No, you have a very good point. In 17 seconds for Brandon right now. Yeah, I think Pavel is doing a great job. Pavel taking a c4 immediately.
okay. Now he's not necessarily going to rush,
Well,
and queen takes c4 looks very promising for black now. No,
I mean, yeah, definitely.
I mean queen c4 also creates kind of a threat of rook c1 here.
Yeah.
I mean, queen's endgames with the king on c5, as it suddenly becomes extremely attractive for black. So
I think this is big trouble. At least if we could make something out of the king stack, but we really cannot, yeah? Ugh,
yeah, and this
doesn't
b5.
hopeful.
Yes, this looks very good for black finally, and especially time situation. Jacobson did made his last move with 6 seconds on the clock only, and that's of course not too much.
No, and I feel like this pawns on b5, i6 will eventually fall.
And Eljanov has a very comfortable situation with 18 minutes, and and he understands that he is very close. Queen c4, it's very natural. I mean, it's
No, queen c4 is...
maybe after queen c4 you
nice.
should do something like rook d2.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Yeah, maybe.
not I believe in this, but
No.
well, at least it's avoiding the exchange and temporarily solve the situation. You cannot take on b5 yet with king or with queen. And I will hope to survive this somehow.
Somehow, yeah, I'm trying to calculate rook c1, rook f1. Not that it does much, but something to think about.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting approach.
Yeah.
And still want to mate queen c1?
Yeah, let's
Or
try.
just start collecting.
I think at this point I will collect, yeah. No need.
And queen takes c4.
On the
We'll
board.
see soon enough what is. And king h2
King
immediately.
H2, okay.
Similar plan, but rook c2?
Rook c2? Well, I guess you still go queen g3. What else can you
King
do?
takes b5. I will steal
Yeah,
your
you-
idea. You know I will.
No, you definitely rook c2.
Rook c2 looks very natural, yes.
Um,
And well, small surprise, knight c6, knight c3 happened in the game of Badur Jobava.
yeah, which means that Badur now has a question to answer. Can I take on c3 or not? I mean, in this scenario, when this knight was on a2 all game, basically, you don't want to take it, but at the same time, you probably should. That
Yeah, if
might
you don't
be your
take it,
best
it's just
chance.
a draw.
Yeah.
So you take it and then you see what happens.
Yeah, and you hope for the best.
Yeah, well, it's not like that white is risking much here, so I guess that draw is always there.
Okay, and also in the game between Gorstein and Rojas, the king is made all...
King is made to
c2,
c2, who was
yeah.
not so that.
Also
And bishop
Jobava did
c3,
take,
yeah, takes king c3,
and king
and
a4.
I would assume king a4 is
What
gonna
else?
happen. Meanwhile, in the rook and the bishop endgame, Bryce-Tiglan has made
Whoa!
checkmate threat,
we stopped.
which will pirate. This is the second
This is the
setup I
way,
was
yeah?
talking about. This is not the one I would do.
Okay.
But the point is we can show that well, the idea is that once the, let's say,
Yeah.
I don't know how to achieve it, but let's assume that somehow white manages to get to, let's do some
Yeah,
stupid
let's do
moves.
some stupid
Say
moves.
if
Yeah.
if you manage to achieve
Yeah.
this, there
Yeah.
is a still rook c7 motif which kicks the king back. Again, I would.
Yeah, this is the passive way to...
Yeah, it's possible. It's also a draw.
Yeah.
But well, I prefer some the other one. And king e3, very direct. I mean, the Vietnamese player is not really
Afraid?
yeah, he's not afraid of anything. King e3 is a good move actually because it really limits white knight's possibilities here. Well, a good move. Well, I guess it is.
So knight h5 would not be enough?
No, I
here?
guess not. Huh?
And after b5?
No, b5 will be just.
Yes, but I start with c6 after you take.
Yes.
I don't know,
King
just-
f4, no?
Yeah, okay. that was
If you go
close.
c7, bishop
too
g4,
close.
I have enough squares, but well,
Correct. Just
and-
had to see.
and if this is also not going to be enough, I guess. Yeah, bishop e8.
And you start with
And-
h5.
Well, I wanted to do this.
Yeah.
Can this be working
Huh.
for black, for white? This,
yeah,
this.
yeah. Some
It
chances.
will be running for.
Yeah.
Should be a draw. This, however.
This is definitely a draw after h5. Apparently king d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Nice.
b5 and bishop e8. So
Yeah,
king c4
yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yes. Actually, king d5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
King
and
d5,
time
c6, king d6. No, king c4 the only move
King
actually.
c4.
Yeah.
Why?
After king d6, c7. King
Bishop d7, king
yeah.
b7. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This and c6 and this is.
You
not
have to
winning
stay
it.
behind.
Yeah, you stay here. You get this pawn and bishop d7. You catch this.
That's the way. But I don't see anything else for.
Mm.
Okay, Badr could play b5 in this position exactly, but yeah. not sure. Okay, knight h3 he will try probably for some time.
Knight h3
and
most
then
likely.
we'll see.
And Pavel Eljanov's game, actually, we got to the same position like we suggested, with starting with rook d2, and Pavel did propose an exchange of rooks, which was declined by Brendan. And here, what did we want to do here? I wanted to take something, or not?
Well, first of all, yeah, rook c1 was something we didn't. Here rook f1 we wanted to play.
Rook f1
Yeah.
was your idea. Yes, rook f1 is correct. Well, it seems correct.
But I don't know why we didn't start with rook c2, to be honest, but okay. Because he did go rook c1, Pavel,
Mhm.
yeah? But okay, but rook f1, what do you do? Really?
Not sure.
And
Queen g3
yeah.
is seemingly the only move, and then just king takes b5 I wanted, yeah. And just
Actually,
collect.
rook f1, one of the only moves in the position to keep a huge advantage here. Anything else, of course, it's impossible. You cannot give up your d4 pawn. Even f6, it's not good enough. Because
well,
f5 then really is a challenging
the
move.
rook f1 is good, and rook f1 looks good.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Ildogerstein was a draw, I assume. Yes, it was.
It was a draw, yeah.
Yeah, and Badr Jobaba did try knight h3,
Okay.
bishop d5 immediately.
Okay. Do we
Now-
go king b6 now, or maybe or do we go with knight g5?
Knight g5, king f4.
King b6, king g4,
G3.
g3.
Getting this one, I have to be careful then.
Yeah, that's true. No, I know. Yeah, I know. No, maybe I have to go knight g5, knight h7, knight f6, but maybe it's a bit too slow.
Bit far.
It is quite far. Yeah, maybe king b6, but still king f3, right? Okay, come.
Yeah.
There's no way.
No,
huh?
black is doing reasonably.
Yeah. Think very solid play by Vietnamese player. And in the meanwhhile, nothing has
Back
happened.
to Pavel, I guess, because it's
Let's go.
it's actually a very important game, of course, from a tournament point of view. He will increase his chances if he manages to convert this, and yeah, he's very close. Rook f1 is looking naturally enough as this one, and we expect Rook f1 to appear on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Pavel's, of course, double, triple checking. And there was a question, how did Max do in the YouTube chat? I've seen it sometime before, but I forgot to answer. I apologize. It's been a long day. But if you're referring to Max Vermeulen, he did manage to win his game today, and I think he's on 4.5 now. And so did Maxime Lagarde. He beat Milier Sophie today, so it's back on 4.5. Hoping for some good finish, but yeah, it's gonna be tough. But yeah, now this is all up to Pavel, because in case he does win this, which looks pretty favorable, but again, I feel like I'm jinxing it because yesterday it also was. That means he would be on 6.5 out of 7, which is a very impressive score. And I'm trying to see how many players would follow him by 6 points. And so far, it seems only one player, and that is Siman Jakub.
Wow, that would be just the forced pairing then.
Yeah.
and that would be an interesting one, of
It
course.
will.
But
So, but in case of a draw, let's say that draw does happen, that means Eljanov and Seaman would be the only ones. In case, of course, Materia Marco does draw this endgame, which looks pretty okay right now.
yeah, well, we are actually close. We can show very quickly.
Yeah.
Just not maybe we stay with the camera on board one because that's where the main event is happening. But yeah, we are close actually to a position which we were discussing because King C8 now is an option, and exactly after King C6, important Rook C7 motif. And meanwhile, also Bahadur Jobava did go for Knight G5, and now King F4, I guess, is kind of well, more or less forced.
Yeah, thinking F4 is the most logical move. I don't see. Do you think? No, Knight H7. No, you cannot.
And okay, we can see Pavel is moving up
Um,
his pieces, and he's going for Queen C3,
Wow.
which also looks quite good to me, but maybe
But not to an engine.
not an engine.
But of course, it looks like a very logical move. But apparently, F5 is very challenging, just in general. If White plays F5,
Yeah, he needs to open up some chances for his queen, and but instead White in time trouble goes for
Yeah.
Rook E2. It's a difficult, of course, very difficult to play such a position. So maybe King C4
no, why don't we just take the pawns, no?
after Rook E2.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
I think it's time for my
Also, yeah.
pawns. For my pawn takes. Okay, King C4 also good enough, of course. Then followed by maybe D3 at some point.
Also, maybe Queen A1 is a good idea. No?
Oh.
No? You don't like it?
I would have to think about it. But it doesn't, it's not a checkmate threat.
Okay, but I want to exchange. We don't really want to go for any endgames then. No.
That's true. Yeah, no, yeah. That's true.
The only
But if I go F5,
go to the king to
Yeah.
F4, yeah?
I'm also marching my king.
Okay.
I don't know how successful it is after Rook H4, but I will try.
Okay, well, it's covered yet. So you may also have some Rook C2 threads.
Oh yeah, sorry, the queen is... I don't know, just take... I'm literally blundering every piece I see, That's the challenge today.
Okay, then I didn't take it. Yeah, many
Oh
options
my.
for black now, and all of them, they look very nice, frankly. So
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing much on the other board, so yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rook E2, yeah.
it's a soft move.
So much.
It looks too soft. F5 when we know, of course, what engine suggests. Pavel starts
Yes.
collecting
That's
B5. That's
the go
what he
to.
finally got to, and checking quickly on his opponent,
And we also
who is
see...
1 minute and 20, already not 20 seconds on the clock, needs to come up with some ideas quickly. If there is B5, maybe F5 now at least, but then, Queen C7 also appeared somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there are many motifs. Well, D3 is actually quite an annoying threat, and F5
Finally
a
on the
little
board.
too late, but at least he tries to create a counterplay. Problem is that Black's king is going to be safe on C6 now, the square which was not available for a long time after B5 check. So I would assume that even a move like D3
Yeah,
would be quite good here, because you just go King C6 now, and also Queen E5 is
Yeah.
becoming a threat. Rook C2, like everything.
I think you're absolutely correct. D3 is a crushing move.
And that's the C6 square is extremely important for and D3.
Yeah, and
Pavel
I just want to
executes restlessly.
mention Etienne put up a new board with the evaluation bar, but now new moves are not showing. A few moves have been played since Rook E2. In fact, King takes B5. Yeah, that's it.
D3.
Thank you very much.
So rook b2 check. It's
I think we'll see king
king
c6.
c6. Yes.
We can. We could also take on a6, right? If we want to, or you think it's a bit.
No, I
Maybe
don't
not.
want to.
Because
Actually,
taking
well,
on
maybe
g6
maybe you
queen
can
f7.
take, but I would go king c6. I mean, also one of the threats. Oh, no,
Oh,
he
he's-
took. He
oh,
took. He
he's
took.
the pawn
Okay.
grabber.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, Pavel. I didn't. Yeah. Well, there is actually one of the extra now points of after f5.
Yeah,
You can
there's
give a rook
this
a2 check, king b7, and for
Yeah.
example here
Yeah.
after queen f7 check, black has a
This.
counter check, which is finishing up the business. And
Sure.
there is a at the moment, since there is a threat of rook a2 is on the
On
board,
board, yeah.
and king b7, and I believe that we may see the line we just showed.
I think so. So actually not a lot of moves to go in this game if this is the way it's gonna go. I think we're still taking on g6, nothing else to do. Maybe I'm trying to see if white can try something else, but no, not really.
No, well, black may even insert queen c7 check here if he really wants to play it safe, because there, and he can
Yeah.
start with queen c7. Actually, I like queen c7.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Better than taking on
Yeah.
g6?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, not giving up with checks.
And
Queen
yeah.
c7.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, it gives up some e5 ideas,
It does.
and it still should be winning. Well, I guess that. Oh, hard to say. I think both moves are winning.
No, he just
He takes. He does see queen c7 motive, and f takes g6. It seems that.
Yeah, we're getting definitely close to the final point of the game. White cannot even try any g3s because rook c2 is crushing.
Yeah, rook c2 is a threat actually, or queen c7 check and rook c2.
Yeah.
And it seems that it's all gone for white. Maybe he will try something like queen g3 now.
Yeah, queen g3 could be one less try. Could be... Okay, not that
all
it
the
does.
sand games are lost, but at least
At least on tries, yeah.
Yeah,
Look
we
at
can
Brandon,
see
you
that
know?
he's not happy because he understands that he most likely lost this one, and had a good position maybe after the opening, but just didn't really use all his chances, and we could see with a bit of an engine the right move order, whereas this idea of f4, which he executed actually afterwards in the game, but without inserting b5 check.
Funnily
And
enough.
it was could be actually quite dangerous for black as well. So, but if you don't take risks, you may not win. And it seems that it's coming to an end
The
to Brandon.
resignation moment?
Well, no, he played queen
yeah.
g3.
Okay, he
Played queen g3, but I think that he realizes that actually this is maybe black can win by playing queen e1 even.
That's a funny way to play it, yeah. Wait, well, queen c7 would be met by e5, so maybe.
Yeah, probably unnecessary. And
Not
queen
needed.
e1 trying to basically.
That's a cute move, yeah, to finish the game
so
off.
like, we can go for this, which is absolutely hopeless. Like maybe even with queen takes h3 and simply transforming to a completely winning queen's endgame. And if queen h1 is a threat, and if you move the queen anywhere else, I don't know if there is any good square available. Maybe you can go still something like queen g5.
Yeah.
You just take on e4.
You're just grabbing everything.
The rest of the pawns. I'm sure that it's not the only move which is available here, and as this is completely winning for black, it's just a matter of taste which move you opt for.
Absolutely, and while I'm still here, I will have to leave in a few moments, but just want to mention that in Jabava's game we have some progress, because knight has made all the way from g5, h7, f6 to b8 now, and of course, black needs to go king g4, and the question is knight c6 winning or not? Which is actually
No.
a question that I cannot answer myself.
We will see
Yeah.
if this will happen to the board, and
Absolutely. And okay, I will have to leave you to finish the last 3 remaining games, sadly.
well, with that, the most important part is to see the handshakes. So I will be here for you guys, yeah, we will see soon enough if knight takes c6 and Jobava's game is winning, because he did knight takes c6, and we probably we. Thank you for today's commentary, and definitely we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah,
and,
definitely. I'll be back. But enjoy, everybody enjoy this last few handshakes. Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm waiting for Pavel to play his last move. He's gonna take some time.
Yeah, he still has more than 5 minutes, and he just calculates now the most accurate way in order not to create any problems to himself. And I don't know, I like Queen E1 somehow. Well, not that it's an only way to finish the game, but it seems like the most accurate one to me. Let's see if Pavel sees this in the same way. Oh. All right. So meanwhile, Badur Jobava did take on c6, and now we are curious if this endgame indeed is or is not winning for white, and well, he's not risking much. I guess that he has a draw in his pocket more or less, but now it requires some calculation from his opponent and to find the right move if he wants to survive this game. We are waiting for. As meanwhile, of course, on the game of Bryce Tiglon against Marco Materia, the situation didn't really change much. They are playing. Interestingly, Jobava's opponent did play king takes h4 immediately, and Pavel did opt for queen c7, which should be also good enough. And after e5, most likely, well, I'm completely sure I'm a big fan of queen c7, but I guess that this should be also enough when next move may well be a5, securing his king. But I would go queen e1 anyway, but and Jobava quickly responds with knight d4. And most likely king g4 is going to happen. Yes, indeed. And king g4 is there. And the h pawn is running. Okay, I'll just do this actually. What do I do? Just try to push. And Pavel Eljanov did indeed go for a5, because his idea is just to hide with king on a7, and we can see that Brandon is his body language suggests that he did kind of resign on his chances in this game. Of course, it's difficult to accept that he did lose his battle. Queen takes d3, but queen takes e5 is with a tempo, and I guess that after g3 black just needs to find some accurate move to. Yeah, we can see that then he's just playing on his moves with a bit of a resigned face, but of course there are still moves to make. I think what I like for black here is maybe a, I'm not sure, queen f5. Does look like a good technical move to finish up the game, because after queen f5, yes, and then Pavel does agree, goes for queen f5, because now exchanging queens is not really an option for white, and if he moves it somewhere else, and rook takes c2 also brings no joy to white. Queen d2 is one of the options which are still available for white, but even there, after queen, I don't know, well, black may simply go back with his rook somewhere to c7, so just 2 pawns up, no compensation whatsoever, and completely hopeless position for white. But he may still make a move like queen d2. Gonna use up all his time, or most of his time, but yeah, well, I think it's clear to him and to all of us that the position is lost, but queen d2, at least taking the rook. So, quick check on Badur Jabara's game. He's still calculating and trying to. Well, we're also trying to understand how he's stopping this pawn. I mean, knight e2 and knight g1 is not really an option you want to use. But he will have to make a move eventually. He's down to 1 minute now. Well, let's look for a draw for white. Does he have a draw? Oh, the h pawn is incredibly difficult to stop usually. This could be a very tragic way to end this game. c6. Okay, h4. Oh, bishop takes c6 immediately. Okay, so black decided to go for this, and h4. Looks like a forced draw, of course. The knight is not stopping. So knight e5 check can be tried, but then in any case the queens get exchanged after. So if we go to this in this version, then of course also queen takes c6 is just collecting a knight, and if white inserts knight e5 check, then very similar thing is gonna happen. When it's enough for black to exchange the queens after. This is Jababa does opt for a direct b5, and we're gonna have a draw. The board of Badur Jababa, who eventually didn't manage to convert his advantage, and So yeah, queen takes e6, and I think that the players would agree to a draw. I goes queen a1. Why? Okay, that's still a draw, but queen takes e6 is be easier. Okay, let's get back to Pavel. Pavel is he played in the position we left. Played queen c5, queen d7, check, queen c7. No major changes, of course. It just regroups, just improving, and queen d3. And here I think queen c6 will be a final move of this game, because after queen c6 there is, well, of course you can go rook g2, but and you cannot really effectively play chess with your rook on g2, and black just will move the pawns, maybe a4. And that's what Pavel does. Quick queen e2. Setting up a small trap if black continues with a3, which is definitely not a good idea, because then the queen e7 check is still keeping white in the game. But Pavel doesn't fall for this, just going b5 will improve his king slowly. And just will move on with the pawns, and then there will some exchange operation will happen, after which he's gonna cash in the very important point, which will not only put him on top, but also minimize or at least he's gonna keep his half of the point advantage, but it will be only one player, most likely only one player, who will chase him. It's Jakub Seeman from Poland. And yeah, you can see the technical part of the game. Just his king is very secure on a6. And of course, plays on a bit, but of course, he knows that his position is not the one you could save. We can make a quick. We can stay with the camera here, of course, and just a quick checkup on. Progress or no progress of Bryce Tiglon against Marco Materia. To remind, of course, the rook and the bishop against the rook is a draw. It's with a correct play, but of course black has to show some theoretical knowledge. We can just take a look at when this position, how many moves we are there to make, because as we know, there is a 50 moves rule. So the position appeared on move 53, so move 103 will be the final one. So we are quite early at king d5 was move number 80, so still some time to go. Pavel meanwhile just pushes his pawns, queen e2 check, and just make cover with the rook, but instead he goes for king a5, just moving in with the king. Well, white is just making some to stay in the game, but it's, well, after queen e3, for example, black can even afford going rook c2. Oh, maybe rook c2 is exactly what we shouldn't do, because there's queen a7 and queen b8. There's a check which I missed, but yeah, just a3. No, queen f2 he picked. Well, white is, of course, hoping for some random chance to occur, but black now just pick which way he wants to convert. He just I'll expect him to go for a3. a3, queen a7, king b5, and okay, b3 is also a way to go, creating a threat of queen takes g2. It's almost like the white has to start giving some checks, like queen a7. But the king should hide quite comfortably. Queen d2 check. At some point, one would have to accept the fact that he has to move his rook from c1. So that's a very nice square, but maybe first king b5, king b4, and then cover with the rook. And yes, this is exactly what we see. b5, king d3, queen d3 check, likely king b4, would expect. Extremely tiring game, of course, for both players. For Pavel, actually, is several games in a row he had after the second time control, but he's playing incredibly well in this tournament, and actually pushing with both white and black pieces. Admirable approach, and also I would say that he's very well prepared. See, converting part is, well, maybe yesterday was not on top, but today it seems that he is in full control and gonna quite easily get his pawns to the required destination. A quick glance at Bryce Tigran and Marco Materia. They are on move 84, so nothing much changed. So Brandon does give queen d2 check, king b5, and goes back with a queen to d3. Just trying to hang on and give black a chance to make some mistake. King a5. And queen d2. back. Would likely gonna go with a king to b7 maybe, like just king a6, queen d3, king b7, and next rook c2. Okay, it does play a trickier move, queen e2, which however allows a3. Not sure if Pavel wants to do this, but the possibility. Well, also queen e4 looks pretty good. Here, just queen e4 looks like finishing touch. Okay, after queen e4, white still has queen f1. It's not entirely finishing, but then king a5. This should be good. I think only white's chance in case of queen e4 is queen f1 to keep an eye on to still maintain a pin on the rook and not allow queen takes g2 to happen, but it shouldn't change much. I think that queen e4 and after queen f1, for example, something like king a5 with threatening rook c2 may be enough to win this for Pavel Eljanov. And he does go for a3. Okay, that's that should be also a good way. Just maybe towards the queen. a3, a2. That's the plan. Slowly but steadily getting there. Hard to advise something white, I guess, that he knows that his position was well placed for quite some time already, but yeah. Of course, in such a tournament, it's, you have to try to give your opponent the best defense, and he goes for queen d3 and now a2. It's just the best way how to wrap up the game, because don't see any options for white how he should dominate the game. Rook g1. Wow, that's that doesn't seem like a promising attempt. Well, here it says that there are many winning options. We can give an example of that by going b2. Is winning goes well. Simply after queen a3, queen a4, the pawn is untouchable because of rook c2, and but Pavel does go for something else. King a5. Combining mating threats. If you go for something like this, he just starts with queen c8 check and g4 c3. Also easily winning. Rook c2 is otherwise just a threat which you cannot ignore. So yeah, this is most likely the final point of the game. Maybe queen takes b3 is still gonna happen, but it doesn't change much from any point of view. So we can see detailed camera feed from our board 1, featuring the final, most likely the final moments of the game between Brenda Jacobson, who gave Pavel Eljanov a tough fight, but it seems that his efforts were not enough, and Pavel is gonna take home this important win and maintain in the lead, most likely having white pieces tomorrow. At the moment, it does look like that he's going to be playing Jakub Simon of Poland, but of course, the Swiss pairing system may sometimes be tricky. But also, it depends, of course, if the game of Marco Materia and Bryce Tiglan will end in a draw. Everything suggests that it's going to be like this, but of course, we need to wait still. There are some moves to make till move 40 to fulfill this rule, after which the game would be declared in a draw, or if, of course, if Marco knows the rules, which I would assume that he does. So Brenda Jacobson is, well, hard to say if enjoying, but we can see handshake and resignation. He's disappointed, of course, but of course, well, Pavel is an extremely strong opponent, and the game was very interesting. So it was important to take some positive points from the games, even if you lost. Of course, it's sometimes very difficult to process the losses. It's everyone has his own way for doing this. Yeah, we can see that Brendan is very disappointed, and he left immediately after the game. But very nice to see both players to set up pieces. Not always a common practice, even on top chess, unfortunately. So there is only one game running. It's Bryce Tiglan against Marco Materia. Nothing changed for a long time here. While we still need, or Black still needs to hold on for 10 more moves in order to claim a 50 moves rule. I think that we can sum up the, it seems that Marco is defending quite easily, and Tiglan didn't manage to make any significant progress here, and we would assume that the game will end in a draw. And of course, not like yesterday where we did. So we came to a surprise result yesterday, but it doesn't seem that anything like this is gonna happen now. And we can sum up round 7 results. Pavel Eljanov did win his game against Brenda Jacobson, and we saw Jakub Simon and Aydin Sulaimanli to convert the white pieces. Jan Malek, a bit of an upset, beating Nils Grandelius. Several draws, and Etienne quite early in the day beat Tanner Verdi. So after round 7, Pavel Eljanov will remain in the lead with impressive 6.5 out of 7. So we will see if this will be enough to take home the overall win in the tournament. In any case, we thank you for watching us today, and we can leave today's last online board to fight for a little bit more, but it seems that nothing is going to change there. Thanks for watching, and see you same time, same place tomorrow.